There we go. There we go. Okay. Make sure this thing doesn't get stupid. Sweet. Give me a fucking break, bro. Oh, there we go. It worked. Okay, cool. Chat worked on YouTube. Okay, let's test out Twitch. Twitch is good. And Kick is good. Cool. Okay. How annoying. I really have to do that every fucking time. It is what it is. Okay. Real shit. Yeah, I'm not really doing much on Facebook. I don't think. Maybe. I think these three. Maybe expand later. Alright, so we got all the streams are up. Chat looks good. I think I can start now. Dude, none of my shit updates my stuff. Unless Kick, maybe? Kick looks like it did something. Wah. Wah. I call it word. Basic Kick did not fucking work, bro. God damn it, I'm gonna fucking kill myself. All right, we're doing this the old fucking fashion way then. We're going to change up all the fucking thing. Yo, for the people who are in here, I'm trying to get my shit set up. We're gonna go over like the Epstein docs, do like a Q&A, and over some more shit on like annihilating Turning Point USA, rhetorically, of course. I think my voice sounds clear like this. Da, 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 da. Dude, how do I do anything? Oh, mod dashboard? There we go. Okay, cool. There we go. Okay. I think my shit's actually good enough now. Yeah, I just gotta get this thing working so I can have I can just click a button and then like it'll change all my titles and shit instead of having to individually do it. It's really annoying, but that's cool. All right, so yeah, we're going over the Epstein shit today. So, um, just a quick recap for those who are watching, whether it's a VOD or right now. So, with Turning Point USA trying to defend the Trump administration and pathetically trying to get Republicans elected, their uh, stupidity has aligned them with a party that blatantly defends pedophiles, and we're going to exploit this fact. We're going to exploit this fact and basically humiliate every Turning Point speaker that we possibly can when they go around and do their goofy ass little college crusades again. So that's what we're gonna do. Now, in order for us to humiliate Turning Point, we have to know the facts of the Epstein case, and I'm gonna be compiling that today. Okay, conservatives, Trump. Yeah, we can just put this under general. All right, so now let's go ahead and do our main here. Okay. Template not found. All right. Yeah, see why it's geeking out here. I did fuck around with my folders and shit a little bit ago. Yeah. Oh. There we go. Okay, we got it. Alright, so this will be probably an event template. I've got a bunch of like different little templates that I have for simplifying stuff. Actually, I should make this an entire fucking folder, bro. Defending pedophiles. Okay. So, what are all the entries that need to be here? I turn on streamer mode. How the fuck do I turn streaming mode? Streaming mode? Back on. Does that account? Nope. Turn streamer mode back on Discord. Grok, help. Grok, how do I think? Grok, how do I read? Turn streamer mode back on Discord. Open Discord, click on the gear icon, go to streamer mode in the app settings. What the fuck is app settings on? Am I stupid? So gear, okay. So click the gear icon, go to streamer mode. It's under app settings. Genuinely, I don't see shit. Okay. Again, maybe I'm stupid, bro. Not there. Don't see it. Bro, am I stupid? It's not there. Scroll down to app settings. Authorized apps? Where? Bro, this is so embarrassing. Where the fuck is streamer mode? Experience? Okay, not here. It says app settings, but there's literally nothing that says app settings. I don't see app settings. Click the gear icon. See a section called app settings, experience, voice and video. Actually, am I stupid? What if I type it in here? Dude, there's nothing that says. Boy, what? Oh, I can just go streamer mode, experience, system. So, what? Oh, wait. Streamer. Appearance? Okay, it's under appearance. So I need to update their shit. It's under experience, appearance there. How annoying. Okay. I did it. Fucking did it. Damn, that was painful, bro. Okay, so now let's go and get to work. All right, so EPSTEIN shit time. Okay, so prerequisite info, key agent. We probably don't need a lot of this shit. Okay, so we have to. How do I want to? I guess like first organize this because there's a bunch of facts and they need to be organized in the most efficient way such that it's easily digestible for a large audience. Well, I guess we should know the facts of Epstein and him. So Epstein will be a document. Trump's relationship to Epstein will be a document. Trump's relations to Epstein. That would be a document. Okay, defending pedophiles. Call this Jeffrey Epstein. Okay. Say anything in chat. Nope, chat's empty. All right. Saying insert type does not exist. Okay. Epstein files. Yeah, Epstein file contents. And then we can go into like the 302 files and shit. Okay, so Epstein file contents. What else have we got? What's the name on my fucking shit here? Oh, it'd probably help if I actually had my screen up. That'd be a good idea. Oh, whatever. Okay, cool. Okay, so Epstein file contents. So we'll know Epstein, Trump's relations to Epstein. Um, and then we can call it like Epstein file cover up, maybe? A cover up? Maybe that's a good name for it. Alright, and this will definitely be an event. Okay, so all these are going to be events. I'm going to name or number these as well. Rename to his relations, the contents, 3, and then 4. Okay, that should be good. So, defending pedophiles. Jeffrey Epstein, Trump's relations to Epstein, the contents within the Epstein files, and then the cover up of the Epstein files. I think that should be more than sufficient to have everything be digestible and paint like a clear picture. Like, okay, Republicans are defending pedophiles. It's pretty straightforward, really. Okay. So, summary: Jeffrey Epstein. I'm going to use AI for this because, I mean, we all know who the fuck Jeffrey Epstein fucking is. Heads up, god tier fucking article by my boy Liam, aka Prophet Divinity on TikTok. I don't know if he's on other platforms, but god tier argument for the pro choice position. Okay. God tier. Alright, let's pop up. There we go. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna, like I said, AI this shit. Step 1, AI the shit. Step 2, reread it and validate it. Okay. So, was an American financier and convicted sex offender. He built his wealth through mysterious financial dealings, including managing billions for wealthy clients. Though many details of his business remained opaque, Epstein was first convicted in 2008. Yep. Work release program, arrest on federal sex trafficking charges, dozens of underage girls with alleged spanning decades, implicating high-profile images. Died in jail in August 20. Officially ruled suicide. Those circumstances fueled widespread conspiracy theories. Yeah, it's pretty accurate. Hold this. Convicted sex offender. Uh, that's good. Do I have a person template? I don't. I should make one though. But it's fine that we don't need this. Okay, so then some key agents are going to be the people that Epstein like kind of knew, and then this can be similar to like the Epstein file contents. I mean, so really any disinformation on Jeffrey Epstein? I mean, the dude is a fucking most notorious pedophile in all of human history, so I don't really know if there's much disinformation on him. I mean, he probably. I don't know if he actually did die in that jail. Or not did die. I think he's dead. I think he's super fucking dead. But if he killed himself, that I don't know the answer to. I think he probably did. I think he probably did kill himself. It's just crazy circumstances behind his untimely demise. That's crazy though, unironically. Okay. Check everything out here. Okay, cool. So, key agents. Oh, his lawyer. Who was Epstein's lawyer? And wasn't the guy who was appointed like Secretary of Labor, I think? He appointed as a secretary. I can't remember the guy's name. Alan Dershowitz? Alex Acosta. That's right, Alex Acosta. Okay, so obviously, um, Donald Trump speaks for itself. Okay, Alex Acosta. I think I spelled his name right. Yeah, Alex Acosta. Okay, Alex Acosta. Ghislaine Maxwell. Two of the most important people that had strong connections with Epstein. So it's gonna be very basic shit here. I'm not gonna go deep into any of this stuff. I'll just paste this a few times and then change up the name. Bill Gates. Prince Andrew for sure. Lex Wexner for sure. Lex Wes. Oh, Les Wexner. Les Wexner. Elaine. Alan Dershowitz. Alan Dershowitz. Okay. Bill Clinton. I mean, what's there to say about Bill? Prince Andrew, there's hard evidence against him. Um, Bill Gates, there's nothing really saying much about him. Let's go. First off, let me get this out of the way. And then second, Leon Black. Oh yeah, Leon Black. That's another one. Yep. Deja vu. Major deja vu. I think I have an Epstein files thing. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna delete that because this is redundant. This is a more comprehensive one. So okay, Leon Black. This is Epstein property has stated its meanings for business. Okay, modeling agent. Roro. This one look better now. Okay, I think that should be good. Oh wait, who was there's like a Sultan guy who were the alleged co-conspirators with Epstein in 302 files. It was Lex, Ahmedin, something something, Leon Black, and like a few others. In context of the Epstein file, corner document. Okay, so Ghislaine Maxwell, yep, Sir Kellen, Epstein executive. Let's have help schedule, yeah. There it is. Okay. Epstein executive. So we got these two already. Sex slave turned pilot assistant. Adriana Ross. Not the 2008. And 302 files. And Epstein. It's the act. The people alleged of being co-conspirators or possible co-conspirators. Okay, so that's Sarah Kellen girl. Okay, so we're definitely gonna write her down. And sure, fuck it. Actually, for this, we'll just have these people here. And then we'll focus on like more people in the Epstein file contents. So then actually in that case, then I'm gonna actually remove these two here. We're gonna keep Alex Acosta and them because they were able to give Epstein the plea deal. Yeah. Okay, so disinformation. We're only gonna talk about like the pedophile shit that he did, and we don't have to go into like his whole like he was born on this day. Like no, it's fucking worthless shit. We gotta know like when things started, for him and him alone, because this is the thing focused on him and his crimes. And then some of the connections that he made. So like Lex Wessner with all these people. These are not key agents, but they are agents nonetheless. Okay. Give a brief description of Trump in relation to Epstein and the Epstein File Transparency Act passed in 2025 to 5 sentences. Now, some people are like, Ethan, you're using AI. Hey, motherfucker. Is it correct? Yes, that's all that matters. I've seen playing several times. Not on the island. I once called him a terrific guy who liked beautiful women on the younger side. Was supported. Okay, that's a lie. This is why you gotta read this shit. Okay, that's a lie. It was not supported by the second Trump administration. Okay, it was not supported. That's a fucking lie. I understand what the AI is trying to say, but that's just wrong. For full transparency, that's just wrong, bro. I'm not gonna Grok and arguing with you. It's fucking stupid. So this is why I actually like Grok, is because it keeps me on my toes. Because I have to read it, I have to check it. All this stuff though is accurate. Jeffrey in the 80s through New York and Palm Beach circles several times, not to the island, and once called him a terrific guy who liked beautiful women on the younger side. Um, how do I do this? Is it like how to link to other page Obsidian? How do I do that again? Obsidian linking. Oh, it's just a double bracket. Okay. To Trump's relations to Epstein. Alex Acosta. Private type. Alex Acosta served as blah 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 in 2008. He oversaw and approved. Yep, which allowed Epstein to plead guilty. He was widely criticized for lenient. Yep. Acosta later served as oh, nice. Good, good. I like that. He was defended the plea deal was the best outcome possible at the time, given that that's cute. Okay. That's fucking cute. Okay. That's good. Of Ghislaine Maxwell. Now remember, guys, when your party defends the world's largest, the concealment of the world's largest child sex trafficking ring in the entire fucking world, okay, it's pretty bad. It's like a really big bad. So we're going to use this and exploit the fuck out of it against Republicans forever and ever. That is the objective. Jeffrey Epstein, long-time romantic partner, close confidant, and alleged key accomplice. Alleged? What do you mean alleged? She's accused of recruiting, grooming, and trafficking underage girls for Epstein's sexual abuse over many years, often using her social connections. Maxwell was arrested in 2020 and convicted. Yep, she was sentenced to 20 years in prison as maintained her innocence. That's cute. Her case remains central to understanding Epstein's criminal network. Accurate. Okay, we're gonna get that in here and then edit that. And we're gonna remove that alleged because it's true. She's accused of recruiting, grooming, and trafficking underage girls for. Yup. Mm-hmm. Case remains central to understanding. Correct. Okay. All right, Alan Dershowitz, one of his lawyers. A prominent Harvard law professor represented Epstein in the 2008 case. He helped negotiate the controversial plea deal. Yep. Dershowitz's sexual assault. Okay. All right, that's good. Prominent Harvard law. Yeah. Which was, yeah, I'm just gonna remove that. Settled. Oh, you know what? I should have Virginia Giuffre. She's gonna be one as well. Giuffre stated that her recollection have been inaccurate. Does inaccurate have? That's definitely one word or one N. Okay, there we go. Cool. Please finish development. Yep. All right. Virginia Giuffre. Poor girl. So the most prominent accusers of the Epstein sex trafficking case, she claims she was recruited as a minor by Ghislaine Maxwell to work as masseuses for Epstein, was then trafficked to a high-profile man for sexual abuse. She later filed lawsuits against them, including Prince Andrew, which was settled out of court. Well, she's dead, so let's also write that down too. Give a sentence detailing on her death. She's like super fucking dead. Wait, what? Who's the girl that died? Wait, what? Didn't a girl die? Didn't a... Am I stupid? Epstein die from... I thought she was dead. What? Who am I thinking of? Yeah, it was. She's super dead. What? What the... She can be... What the fuck? Bro. Dude, I was literally just fucking glazing you, Grok. Why the fuck? Bro, you're wrong. She is super dead. What the fuck? You're just wrong. What? It's a lot. No, the fuck she's not. Virginia Lee Roberts Jufre. What does Wikipedia say about her? You are smoking fucking crack, Grok. Yeah, you're fucking stupid. What the fuck? Okay. Lock in, Grok. What the fuck? That was like super fucking bad. How did he fuck that up? Did Elon fucking lobotomize you again? Jesus Christ. You're right, that was a bad miss on my part. Damn right, that was bad. I had outdated internal cutoff on her stats and didn't cross-check the latest information properly. Did die by suicide in Western Australia is widely reported. Here, I brought that up. No excuses. Thanks for calling out. Be more careful. For all. I'm building a database. Please do not let a fuck up like that happen again. That was really, really bad, and I'd like to not worry about giant fuck ups. Grok. Jeez Louise, bro. I literally was just glazing you. I'll make it clear, okay? Like, I always fact check these things. Like, this is why I read this shit and make sure it's fucking accurate, okay? I don't want to go through the process of thinking and be like, oh, blah, 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 blah. Just see what it says, copy and paste, and then fact check that, okay? This is why I'm reading all the shit. Apologize again for that. It was unacceptable, especially when you're building it. Yes, thank you. Okay, be extra careful moving forward. Double check it. You fucking better. Okay. Grok, if you fuck up again, dude. That's what I was saying. Okay. Grok keeps you on your toes. I was like, is, bro. She dead. Was. Thank you. Okay. Recruited to teen while working at Mar-a-Lago. She alleged that Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell trapped her. How old wasn't she? Like 16? Was she 16 when she started working at Mar-a-Lago? I think she was 16, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Recruited at the age of 16 while working at Mar-a-Lago. She alleged that Epstein Ghislaine Maxwell trafficked her to powerful men for sexual abuse. She filed multiple lawsuits, including a settled case against Prince Andrew, and became a public advocate for trafficking victims. Her testimony and release documents were central to expose the network. Correct. Okay. What are the details on her suicide? Hmm. 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 That's sad. All right. I trust she actually did die by suicide. If all these like other factors are true, I can see how that could like get to someone and make them kill themselves. So I wouldn't I don't think there's a conspiracy about her death, at least from this alone. Now, Ghislaine Maxwell's I think father, there might be some shit to that, but that's speculation. There's no real utility in just speculating, so alright, so common disinformation relating to I really can't think of any like disinformation that people put out about Epstein. Oh, that he's like a Democrat or some shit. That's one. Okay. Yeah. Oh, this is actually yeah. No, these are really good ones. Okay. Okay. So Epstein didn't kill himself. Was murdered in prison. Epstein was murdered in. Sounds him. When did they start having those problems? When did the jail that Epstein died in start having camera issues in relation to his incarceration? So when the jail that Epstein died in start having camera issues, really? Yeah. Oh wait, what? Wait, a week after? Ooh, that's not good. Digital recorder experienced hard drive failure systems on July 29th. Ooh, he arrived. Ooh, that's not good. Rented recording. Yikes. From now, if it had been happening before he even got incarcerated there, like at least there could be like, look, I'm not a conspiracy guy. That's pretty bad. It's pretty fucking bad. Prayers were attempted scheduled for August 9th, but were delayed. Not complete until after, yeah, whatever. The result. If Epstein was killed, how many people would have in on the secret to keep it concealed that he was murdered? I think, like, because you've got the guards, you've got the people who are working the cameras. There's a lot of factors that go into hand as to how hard it would be to get away with like trying to spin the idea that Epstein didn't, or yeah, didn't kill himself if he was actually murdered. A hypothetical scenario would likely require coordination for a small core group, 4 to 10 people at minimum, plus passive negligence from others. Pulling off a clean, yeah. That would just be so fucking hard. Yeah, so someone go do it. The guards, Yeah, and they were asleep. Yep, explicitly. Yep, that's correct. Essential to win. Okay, supervisors. Yeah, I feel like something crazy would have come out if Epstein was murdered. Did he kill himself? Is there a diagram? Because apparently he like tied the fucking like towel or something to his neck and was like someone like some stupid fucking shit in my Discord, bro. Ayo. I don't know what I was thinking, leaving this debate, but so fucking stupid. Won't be long before I become a so fucking stupid, bro. It's so stupid. Rip. Here it is. Five Nights at Kirky's. King It's pretty funny. This is Charlie Kirk's fucking legacy, bro. I'm not pulling this shit up on fucking screen. Oh wait, no, it's already on screen because I'm running. Wait, I think I'm running like a duel, right? I'm pretty sure I am. I sure am. Jesus Christ, bro. This shit's so cursed, bro. Let me snipe him, don't lock me away. I was forced to do it. I already told my dad, he told on me that's sad, and I was forced to snipe on that day. I've been planning this out, even without a doubt, before September 10th. Join us, join debates, not his deep fakes. After all, you only got 5 nights at Kirky's. Is this what you want, really? I just don't like him. That's why I shot his neck 5 nights. Oh my god. So the song is like actually a fucking banger, bro. Dude, it's so bad. It's so bad. Is AI really that bad at that, actually? I'm gonna shoot myself, bro. What the fuck is a cancer to my ears? It's not cancer, bro. It's peak. What a fucking idiot, bro. This song's like unironically really fucking good, bro. Alright, let's log back in. Let's quit being stupid. Okay, so as he was murdered in prison to silence him. Okay. According to the official ruling, he died by hanging in his cell. He hung himself? Into an orange prison sheet or something. He had one around his neck and secured the other in the top bed for approximately 4 feet up. Partially suspended. Body weight, about 6 feet tall. Cell contained excess linens against policy base. Yeah, the guards just suck dick, it sounds like. Holy god, bro. And the news like items, autopsy findings report, ligature around neck. Rip. This seems comprehensive, like a sweet sketch. Good job, guards. Good job, guys. Sounds okay. Please give the um give a summary of the claim that Epstein didn't kill himself and the facts that help I'll say propagate that, to help establish that, then give then explain why this is either true or false and give the correct information relating to if he killed himself or not. Please do about 8 sentences per request. Okay, this popular conspiracy. Yep, sounds proponents point to like malfunctioning cameras. Yep, okay. Cameras malfunctioned after he arrived to the prison. Can't remember what the prison name is. What prison was Epstein in? Metropolitan Correctional. Okay. He arrived to Metropolitan. Oh, also something else I want to say too. Stop saying that like the Charlie Kirk killing was an inside job. It fucking wasn't. The mic did not fucking explode. That motherfucker got shot in the neck. Okay. Like these conspiracies are stupid. They have like no like footing whatsoever. It's just not true. Like you're telling me you're gonna get away with the craziest fucking shit in the world. Like let's think about this. If the microphone fucking exploded, then shrapnel would have gone and like hit someone else, okay? Like Charlie would have to be perfectly holding the microphone such that it like gets him in the neck. And I think at the time when he died, his hand was like by his lap. Just makes no sense. Metropolitan Correctional Center. Metropolitan Correctional Center. Okay, let's go back. He also had no cellmate and cellmater and extra linen. I got a fart. Here we go.
While the UK government can't get access to people's encrypted data, seems like we might get.
DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients. Will that really happen?
It's sitting on my desk right now to review. That's been a directive by President Trump. I'm reviewing that. I'm reviewing JFK files, MLK files. That's all in the process of being reviewed because
DOJ may be releasing.
Listen.
The
Have a listen. Have a listen.
Bro, I've been muted this whole fucking time, bro. I'm gonna actually fucking shoot myself. You know what happened? I farted and I forgot to unmute myself. How genuinely tragic. There's no way I have any fucking viewers right now, bro. Well, actually, if I did have some viewers, they probably would have been like, Ethan, you're fucking muted. So that's okay. Okay. Alrighty, locking back in. Let's get this puppy over here. We're gonna collapse you to window. There we go. Okay, so yeah, Epstein was a. Don't let people say that Epstein was a Democrat. He wasn't a fucking Democrat. Okay, he was bipartisan. Being a pedophile transcends. What's it called? Fucking political affiliation. Okay. Which Republicans did he donate to and support specifically? I'm hunky. Mm. Hmm. Okay, there we go. Let's fact check that. Damn. Okay. Also donated to Repub to Florida Republicans like Florida. Dude, let's stop. Let's. Okay, maybe he did donate more to Democrats then. Okay, well, it says he didn't. It probably only has this, what, Bill Christie guy? Charlie Crist? Check out other. That's gonna be so weird. Okay, let's do it. FCC.gov. I've looked at FCC.gov before. Where's the contributions at? Is it spending? Candidates? Okay. Then candidate name. Okay, so that's, is it raising? The fuck is it at? Nope. Oops, let me do that. Contributor Jeffrey Epstein. Epstein contributor FEC report. What if I fuck you? Okay. Robin Hayes. Okay, so I would definitely say though that he mostly has vote given to Democrats, it looks like. Occupation history. Crenshaw. Yeah, most of these are Democrats. Oops. Did he mostly donate to Democrats, it seems? Did he mostly donate to Democrats as compared to Republicans? Looks like it's like 70-30 maybe, at least just from that. Yeah. So did he have strong politically donating? I've seen Democrat. Nope. Okay. Connections were more personal. Blah 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 blah. Okay, so Epstein is not a Democrat. Just read that most people who donated to were Democrats. What years were most of his campaign donation given, and Democrats Party the most power during those times? And it's going to fluctuate most likely. It's probably like throughout the whole 2000s, and that's going to fluctuate a good bit, I believe. Late 90s. Yeah, late 90s when Clinton was in majority. Yep. Democrats did not hold consistent national power. Right when George Bush was president. Yep. Flip between parties. Yep. Seems giving didn't Bush many Democrats were in compared to Republicans in all relating to Congress. All right, so from about here, Congress, Democrats 202, 233. No, okay. Republicans. He gave all It is true that most people who donated to were Democrats, but he gave all across the aisle to whoever I'll say gave the most opportunity, because that sounds really weird. What does it say? There we go. Okay. Bird aimed at getting you. Yeah, so it's not like he supported that. But if it's the case that, you know, whatever reason he would donate to Democrat. Oh, it's like APEC. Because Democrats didn't have power at that time. So then they would be more likely to be under influence. Oh, that makes so much more sense. Okay, so fun fact. If people ever say that, like, APEC is, oh, I'm going to read what you just said. If people ever talk about APEC and how APEC sends more money to Democrats, okay, you have to remember that APEC sends more money to Democrats because APEC has to fight harder to win Democrats. APEC's goal is to get people in Congress who have allegiance to Israel or will basically do things in Israel's best interest, okay? And when you have to pay more money for one side, that means you have to fight harder. When you throw money at a thing, you are throwing money in for the fucking fight. Democrats are way more critical of Israel than fucking Republicans are, right? And that money that AIPAC is spending primarily is in the primaries. So the exact same concept obviously makes fucking sense here in relation to Epstein and like Democrats. So it is true that Epstein did donate more to Democrats, but that kind of is to be expected because Democrats were in the minority party, which means that they would be more susceptible to influence because it's harder for them to get elected since Republicans clearly were the popular party at the time. Okay. Mooksik said, I'm not sure how to say your name. I've been working on my own notes the last few days. Also, even if Epstein were a Dem and supported Dems, that in no way changes anything about the overall message. This is absolutely correct. So what we're going over right now, this is some disinformation, and a very common disinformation talking point that people like to say is that Epstein was a Democrat, and he wasn't a fucking Democrat. He had no political affiliation. He didn't give a fuck other than like getting power, right? So because of that, when you look at like the political landscape at the time, Democrats were in like a minority, right? So, for example, we can take a look at where was it? I think it's all the way at the bottom of my head here. Yeah, so from 2000 to 2003, okay, Republicans 221, Democrats 212. Okay, GOP is winning. Democrats had 50 in the Senate, so Democrats have a slight edge there. And then when we look at 2003 to 2005, this is right after 9/11. Republicans 229, Democrats 205, Republicans 51, Democrats 48. So Republicans in the lead. They also have the White House, 2005 2007. Republicans 232, Democrats. So Republicans got even more power. And the Republicans 55, Democrats 44. Yikes. It's rough, buddy. So yeah, it would make sense that Democrats, if Epstein wants to get more power, it would make sense that he would give money to Democrats in the sense of, yeah, if you're losing, then you need the money for the fucking fight, and you'd be way more susceptible to corruption at that point. Which obviously that's going to be the case. The exact same reason why AIPAC has to throw more money at Democrats. So yeah, the same kind of concept applies here. But not very pleased both sides. So. Political landscape at the time of his contributions should be taken into consideration as well. So I think the peak. Okay, so yeah, 2000 2008. Yeah, so that's pretty easy. I'm gonna say music. Music? Music? I have no idea how to say this, but yeah. Hit me up with how you're keeping track of your notes. I use Obsidian, and Obsidian is fucking god tier, dog. Check stream. Okay. Okay, now I got you, dog. I'm gonna say music because I'm gonna have a stroke trying to say Muxic. Okay. So the political landscape should be taken into consideration as well. Epstein primarily donated through 2000 to 2008. The time when Democrats were in the minority. In order to compete against Republicans directly after 9, when support was incredibly high. Let's do that. Has been significantly hard to compete against Republicans. It's reasonable to see the donations to Democrats as an investment. Make sure that that logically checks, because while it's probably true, this is something that I literally just like thought of, but like there's also not going to be like any definitive way to prove this either, right? So like, is it like a just so story? Maybe, but at the same time though, like, one, it makes fucking sense. Republicans were annihilating fucking Democrats at the time. I.e., Republicans had the edge. 233. Sorry, Democrats 233. Yeah, here it is. Okay, yeah, 232 to 202, and then 55 to 44. Had I shouldn't say edge. Had the extreme majority. In the House and Senate. The House and Senate. Okay, so they had the extreme majority, 232 to 202, 55 to 44. In the House and Senate from, what is that, 2005 to 2007? Yeah. 5 to 2007. Okay, that should be good. Investment into politicians who extra assistance. Okay, both sides are equally implicated. That's gonna be yeah, so that doesn't have to be here. Okay. All right, so I think this is pretty good. So Epstein didn't kill himself. He most likely did, and there'd be an insane amount of cover up in order to make it seem like he did kill himself. And that cover up most likely would have come up by now. Epstein had a client list. There's just not enough information to say that is the case, other than just speculation. When we say Epstein didn't kill himself, and that probably would have come up by now. Relating to like a cover up, like you'd have to pay off so many fucking people, at least like a dozen, and someone would have talked by now. Like it's is it possible Epstein didn't kill himself? Yeah, it's possible, but like, let's be real. It's most likely not the case. So I'm gonna stand with he did not kill himself. He had a client list, probably didn't, despite Pam Bondi's fucking blunder here. Epstein was a Democrat, no, but it is true he did donate mostly to Democrats. That is true. But the political landscape at the time, it makes sense. Okay. I don't think we need a reality thing here. And reality is just like a bare bones thing. I always say that it's the largest sex trafficking operation the world has ever known. I don't know if that's actually true though. Was Epstein behind the world's largest sex trafficking ring in the world? If not the largest, it's definitely the top 3. Yeesh. Most notorious? Definitely the most notorious. Ran most notorious child sex trafficking ring. Epstein ran the world's most definitely the world's most notorious sex trafficking ring. Please give a 5-sentence description about this. I mean, when we say that Epstein wasn't the large, that's not how we want to make our claims. When we're positing an argument, if we're making a when we're positing an argument, making a negative doesn't require evidence. It's on the person who's making the ontological positive claim that has to provide evidence. So if I go and say Epstein ran the world's largest sex trafficking ring, then I need to have evidence of that. And it seems to be the case that, like, I think there was like 1,000 people that were hurt. But the idea of there being, like, you know, super rural, broken countries where, like, children are born into, like, sex slavery, and they've done that by, like, to the scale of, like, 2 to 3,000, that I could believe. And that would be a much bigger sex trafficking ring, obviously. This is unquestionably the most notorious one, the one that everyone cares about. Obviously, both are horrible fucking things, but unquestionably, yeah, it's the most notorious one. I'm opposing the counter argument you might receive from the positive. So if I say it was the largest, and someone's saying there was someone saying it wasn't, then they adopt a burden of proof. No, the burden of proof. I see what you're saying, and a big part of me wants to agree with that, but that ultimately would be bad faith, because if I'm the one saying it is the biggest one, it is. That is a positive statement. If someone says it's not the biggest, we don't expect that person to prove, or to the burden of proof principle does not fall on that person. The burden of proof principle falls on me for saying it is the biggest, right? You know, if I were to say, there are no, a buddy of mine said this, Liam, he said, you have to prove there are no dancing invisible leprechauns in front of you right now. How the fuck do you do that? How do you prove that there are no invisible leprechauns in front of you? You can't prove that, right? It's falling into. It's not worth falling into. Just say among the biggest. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, definitely. Definitely. That's right. One of the biggest. Yeah, definitely one of the biggest. Definitely. I think I want to say most notorious, because if we say one of the biggest, this is like really bad, but like I like the idea of like it being a number one spot, and this is a number one spot for the most notorious. Like everyone in the fucking world knows about this shit. Everyone. And the fact that someone's trying to hide this shit, that's rough, buddy. So, if we could say it was one of the biggest or is the most notorious. And I think I like that one a little more, but both are really good. Those notorious active from at least, yep, Log Lane Maxwell's heard dozens and allegedly hundreds of underage girls, many as 14, under the guise of massages as properties in New York. Yep. Victims were trafficked to Epstein and a network of powerful associates for sexual abuse, with payments and gifts used to maintain control. The ring's notoriety stems from Epstein's connection to elites. Yup. As documented in flight logs, court records, and victim testimonies, Epstein was arrested and boom, boom, boom. Okay, I like that. I'll remove that because that's not necessary. Epstein, yep. Ghislaine Maxwell is apparent. He recruited dozens. There's like hundreds of underage girls as many as young as 14 under the guise of massages. Yep. You know, oh, I don't know. Maybe it is the largest modern. Oh, that's actually a really good point. Thank you. That's actually a really good point to bring up. Okay. Was Epstein's child sex trafficking ring the largest modern sex trafficking ring? And if it says yes, then I'll also... Okay, it was one of the most notorious due to its wealthy, blah, 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 in terms of scale. Oh, so larger operations, oh, I guess, okay, currently exists in Asia, Eastern Europe. I'll say I believe it. I believe it. That, like, there's a crazy shit going on, like... I am so... I used to, like, think it was kind of cringy to be like, I'm proud to be an American. Because it's like, bro, like, all you did was fucking get born here. Like, what'd you do, right? But now, nah, I'm proud to be an American. Because, like, I could have been born somewhere and then, like, lived for all of, like, an hour and then gotten a bomb dropped on me. Or could have been born into sex slavery, which is super... Like, it's a thing in a lot of, like, super broken, impoverished countries. And that is... It's so sad. And not only am I proud to be a fucking American, I'm so proud to have the life that I have. Like, look at me. I'm over here, like, trying to stream and, like, fight a political fucking war instead of, like, worrying, oh my god, am I gonna have food today and tomorrow? Am I gonna die of fucking thirst? Like, the fact that I have this opportunity to interact with you guys, the viewers, have this really cool... Look at this thing. It fucking glows. Look at my background. That looks fucking cool. I'm in a nice air-conditioned fucking room. I've got a bowl of fucking pasta, typing up things on, like, a fucking obsidian document. Oh my god. I am so happy to have this life. I am grateful for it all the time, right? And, yeah, all I'm saying is, one, I'm proud to be an American, and then two, I believe... I am not surprised that there are significantly larger sex trafficking rings in the world and just impoverished places. I'm having a stroke. Impoverished places that people just don't give a fuck about. And that is incredibly sad, but it is the facts. Yeah. And that right there, that's why I want to fucking fight for this fucking country, because seeing it get taken over by these fascist fucking pigs makes me fucking livid. Like, oh, like, unbelievably livid. It is the degradation of our intellectualism, okay? That is not only just conceptually infuriating, because you see the stupidity of people and their incompetence, you know, so like the incompetence from the Trump administration because they're just a bunch of sycophants. It's just kind of like prima facie infuriating, okay? It's like, we're the most powerful fucking country in all of human history, and you are this incompetent? This is unbelievable, right? So their degradation of intellectualism, and then second, all the human suffering that stems as a result of their anti-intellectual bullshit, right? Like, it is so, like... Let me just log in, okay? This administration is fucking stupid. And because they're stupid, a lot of people are dying and getting hurt. And that's bad. That's, like, really bad. So we're going to do something about that. Sometimes it just feels so good to fucking crash out, okay? Holy shit. If he... Wait, who is that? Give me 1 second. Hind Raja. Oh, the little girl? Wait. Oh, is she a... Oh, no. Yeah. Veteran support on Israel, and he had a picture. What? Wait. He had a picture of her, the little girl? Wait. 5-year-old Palestinian girl by IDF. Why would he have a picture of a little girl killed by IDF, assuming he's supporting Israel? Yeah. Oh, she's the car story. Okay. I heard about the car story. I didn't realize that was her. Okay. If he's supporting Israel, why the fuck did he hold the picture of her? Because if he's MAGA, he's got to be an Israel dick suck. So that's confusing to me. But then again, MAGA doing dumb shit isn't surprising. So poor girl. I'm like positive she has to be. Yeah. Here we go. That's what I was trying to find. The actual like article on it. Yeah, it's unbelievably fucking sad. I remember I used to be skeptical of the genocide statement. You know, like, is it really a genocide? It seems like there's like a debate on it. And I thought about it for a hot minute. And because I remember hearing if it was a genocide, then the scale of death would be significantly higher. Because if I recall correctly, I think it's about like 73,000 civilian deaths, if I remember correctly. And the scale, it doesn't have, because I think the Gaza population is like in the around like a million, I think 2 million. It's not that, oh, you only killed 70,000 fucking people. That's not how identifying a genocide works. It's about either an entire group of people or some significant part. And then, like, fucking killing 73,000 fucking people is a significant amount of fucking people of a population of 2 million. That's an insane amount. Plus being pissed on from floors above where they live. Yeah, it's so fucking sad, and I cannot wait for us to be done with fucking Israel. Okay, I'm tired of it. It's just it's too much. It's fucking too much. And we have been like, it's okay, we're always here for you, Israel. Oh my god, have you seen this fucking video? Holy shit. Israel comes to me in my dream. What the fuck is this girl on about?
I will continue to fight for the people of Israel. I will continue to fight for Israel's existence. Israel comes to me in my dreams. I see Israel's future, and I know that Israel will continue to exist for the Jewish people.
It comes to me in my dreams. What a fucking joke, bro. Yes. Yeah. Dude, as soon every sentence she said was like plus 7K to her fucking campaigns, bro. Yeah. Haley Stevens. What a fucking joke. I can't believe as soon as all the boomers die out. Actually, I don't even know if it's as soon as all the boomers die out. I think it's really going to be because a lot more Democrats are critical of Israel. Something I'm very happy about is I think like all Democrats voted against the military budget bill that was put in. Was it today or like yesterday? Hold up. Did all Democrats vote against military budget bill very recently? I'm pretty sure the answer to that is yeah. Either all of like in the majority, and I'm hoping it's gonna say why. Not all. Okay, nearly all. Yeah, sure, fine. Missing major defense. Okay, cool. Absences, of course, Fetterman. Unusual, and they normally enjoy strong bites. Okay. Does it say why? No, it doesn't say why. But I'm pretty sure it's because of Israel support. But partisan fights have increased in recent years. Why did the Dems vote no? It's going to depend on what we can do with young minds in the media, whether yes, exactly. You fucking understand it. Yes. That is the whole point, and this is why we have to eradicate Turning Point as a fucking institution. Rhetorically, political violence bad, okay? Let me make that very clear. Cuz I know for a fucking fact, okay, like if Turning you know what? I know, okay, this is past Ethan speaking, okay? Right now, a future fucking Turning Point member is watching this video right now, okay? You're watching this video right now and you're trying to find some fucking dirt on me that you can put on Jesse Waters to try to smear me and my fucking community. And you know what? Go fuck yourself. Political violence is bad. I disavow political violence. What happened to Charlie Kirk is bad and shouldn't happen to fucking anyone, okay? I'll make that very, very clear. However, you fucking assholes defend pedophiles. And I'm gonna do everything I can to get you fucking exposed and have you have no power. Every single one of you fucking cockroaches should be removed from political office and never hold it again. That's my statement. Yes, exactly. Because here's the problem when people like, and I'm not just saying political violence is bad as a rhetorical strategy. We're like secretly in my heart, like, no, I hate them all. I want them all to die. Right? No, that's not actually how I feel. How I actually feel genuinely is we need to eradicate them with another microphone. That is why it's so powerful. Because when I love Liam. Oh my god, I fucking love this guy. When we made racism illegal in the 60s, did that eradicate racism? No, it fucking didn't, okay? It made it illegal to do a lot of racist shit, okay? At least to some extent, but like, did that actually stop it? No. The only way to stop these things is to change the minds of these people. We have to show them what is in their best interest and then convince them along those lines. People will side with things that are in their best interest. Unless they're super fucking brainwashed. If they're like hella brainwashed, then they're just kind of cooked at that point, which, I mean, if we go killing them, that definitely doesn't solve anything. It just makes us look like freaks. But either way, there are people who are in the center whose minds we can change and bring them back from the verge of MAGA insanity. That's what our goal is. How do we do that? We embarrass the fuck out of Turning Point USA and all their organizations similar to that. They are aimed at trying to basically do like a Hitler Youth program for America, essentially. And that's why Charlie Kirk was so fucking good at his job. He was so good at what he did. God, I fucking hated Charlie Kirk. Because he was just like a fun dude, bro. You know, he was like, yeah, let's talk about sports. It's nothing like super bad. Like, men can't be women. Like, that's fucking stupid, dude. What are you talking about? Let's go and pray to God, you know. Just the most the most like white hegemonic supporting guy in the planet. But because that's the hegemony, it's so easy to get behind because everyone's already familiar with the hegemony. You don't have to think critically. You don't have to think maybe this isn't right. You don't have to think like maybe, oh, there are good people who could be getting hurt from these ideas or think anything. No, just think on the most like basic intuitive level. It's really sad. So know that can be persuaded. A lot of MAGA who were convinced on the basis of populism are winnable by progressive politics. This is true. This is true. Um, I saw there seems to be an increase of like MAGA support, like, or MAGA people supporting like Mamdani, which is like really fucking funny. I don't know what the polls are, but I've seen headlines on it, so I guess I can't speak like too hard on it because I need to look more into it. But I do think there's validity to that statement. It's like really fucking funny. Okay, I'm gonna check the streams real quick. Okay. Okay, cool. All right. So we'll go and go back to this, and then I'll eat some pasta and watch some videos or some shit. Should be pretty cool. Okay, so here in the most notorious child sex trafficking ring. What else? I mean, we already debunked. There's not really like a whole lot of like big things that people don't already know. Like the dude literally ran the most notorious child sex trafficking ring, and this is kind of it. Um, I guess we can go and move on to like the timeline. So like when he started like touching kids and shit, or at least when we know he started, and then like his like trials and stuff like that. Okay. When did Epstein first begin abusing victims? Yeah, we'll get maybe like 2 points on a timeline. Oh, and just a heads up, I worked really hard a long time ago on a January 6th document. I want to make a January 6th video, but I've gotten caught up in other things, specifically this. But there's an incredible January 6th document that I put together. You can find this. This is a public document, by the way. Hold on, let me Project Lib. So this is something I've created called Project Lib. Okay. And what Project Lib is, it is a database of basically like all my notes in a hopefully sophisticated, intelligible manner. If you have other research material, I'll take whatever you've got on any topic. It's on the Discord. Yeah, it's on the Discord. You can find it if you go to, I think it's under links. Oh, is it not under links? Yeah, I might be an idiot. Filtration rules. Oh yeah, here it is. Okay, so I need to edit. I'm gonna add it in the links right now. My whole notes database. Project Lib. There we go. Okay. Let me. Oh yeah. So we have learning materials, events, U.S. events, conservative violence, 2021, January 6th, and it's a really in-depth. I haven't finished everything on this because there's so much shit to January 6th. It's fucking insane how much there is to January 6th. But it goes over like a lot of the most important facts behind the events that took place on January 6th. So like for example, how is it that they were planning it? When did they start planning this shit? Was the evidence that we know that these skinwalking fucks attempted to insurrect this country? Okay. So we can take a look at each video and it's all right there. That is the goal. It's like, oh, there's a claim. What's the evidence of it? Okay. So this says, let's click that. Trump campaign manager claims Trump planned to call an early win as early as July.
We also interviewed Brad Parscale, President Trump's former campaign manager. He told us he understood that President Trump planned as early as July that he would say he won the election even if he lost. And just a few days before the election, Steve Bannon, a former Trump chief White House strategist and outside advisor to President Trump, spoke to a group of his associates from China and said this.
And what Trump's going to do is just declare victory, right? He's going to declare victory. But that doesn't mean he's the winner. He's just going to say he's the winner. The Democrats, more of our people vote early that count. Theirs voted mail. And so they're going to have a natural disadvantaged, and Trump's going to take advantage of it. That's our strategy. He's going to declare himself a winner. So when you wake up Wednesday morning, it's going to be a firestorm.
I'm sorry, but just fucking imagine for one fucking millisecond if anything from a Democrat like this ever came out to light. But then Steve Bannon, like today, like one of the GOP's top strategists to this fucking day. Okay, like he was literally at like Steve Bannon Amfest, was it? Yeah, he was literally at fucking America Fest, bro. The skinwalking fucking loser. He comes out like he's on a fucking WWE shit. God, I hate these fucking roaches, dude. This fucking disgusting loser. Yeah, that's it's treason. He's like, we're gonna say that we won, even if we fucking didn't. And the Dems, they can suck my balls. Like, fuck you. There's another one. Roger Stone wants to steal the election.
What they're assuming is that the election will be normal. The election will not be normal. Oh, these are the California results? Sorry, we're not accepting them. We're challenging them in court. If the electors show up at the Electoral College, armed guards will throw them out. I'm the president. You. You're not stealing Florida. You're not stealing Ohio. I'm challenging all of it. And the judges we're going to are judges I appointed. You. You're not stealing the election. That's basically what Bush did to Gore.
Like, look. When people say that they want political violence to happen, I fucking get it. We can't do that because that will only validate their position more for the centrists who are. And when I say center, I'll make it clear, okay? I am a center-left person. I am a liberal. I'm not a socialist. I'm not a communist. I have no problems with socialists and communists because I think that I think that they generally are good people, but I think misguided in the sense of like I don't think that their beliefs are attainable or will be conducive to human flourishing, right? Or at least inefficient at that. But them as people, though, I appreciate that they have respect for their fellow human. I love that. The people on the right, though, do not. These are evil fucking people, like genuinely fucking evil people, and the fact that like he's here, like just saying it out loud. He's just saying it out loud. It's right here. It's right here. And then this motherfucker is gonna try to come out and be like, "Oh, the 2020 election was rigged." Like, I don't know. There's just so fucking much. It's just too much. So this is why we're focusing on the Epstein shit because if we were to go into like January 6th and Epstein, the truth is, I know that most people who are listening to this right now on whatever platforms or whatever VOD or whatever, most of y'all, okay, y'all are probably like 18, 19, 20, maybe 21. I don't expect y'all to know this shit. Y'all have lives. Y'all should just have to worry about like trying to get your fucking degree or getting your job or like, you know, having your first, you know, intercourse with someone who you like or whatever, okay? That's what y'all should be worried about, not trying to destroy America's Hitler Youth Program, okay? But here we are. Unfortunately, I can't be everywhere at once. More than likely, Turning Point is going to just ban me from these events outright. They might ban me from their events as soon as they fucking see me. Okay? They hired Andrew Wilson because of me. They did. They probably don't want the fucking smoke. Now, it's going to be really embarrassing if they try running from me at an event that I go to. They're not going to know what events I go to. That's going to stay on the down low. But they do try running from me. It's going to be really embarrassing for them. But because I can't be everywhere, the only thing I can do is give the knowledge, give the materials to other people who can be at places where I can't. So, Republicans defend pedophiles. Let's get into the rest of it from my own debates. Yeah. Wait, music, how old are you? If you're willing to say. 38. Okay, yeah, you got 10 years on me. I'm 28. Oh, here's one more. Roger Stone literally encouraged. Oh, just so we know, Roger Stone was one of Trump's closest political advisors when he was on his campaign for 2020.
Awesome. Let's just hope we're celebrating. I suspect it'll be, I really do suspect it'll still be up in the air. But when that happens, the key thing to do is to claim victory. Possession is 9/10 of the law. No, we won. You. Sorry, over. We won. Yeah. You're wrong. You. ABC. I said voting. Let's get right to the violence. That's what I'm. It's no point. Start smashing pumpkins if you know what I mean. Oh, yeah.
What's there to say? Like, genuinely, what is there to say? Alright, let's go funny memes. I'm gonna eat food. I'm gonna get some more food too, in a little bit. I love that video. Whoa, who's this guy? Hello? I'm officially Ethan? Oh my god. Oh, yo, they uploaded a video from the moderate case that really shocked me. This is not it.
Would you support?
That was just some random street interview dipshit. What was that?
White supremacy is an issue in this country.
Does white supremacy cause black people to kill their own at a larger disproportional rate than...
What a stupid fucking point. I know this. Black people kill black people more often than, yeah, and white people kill more white people disproportionately too. Like, people tend to kill people who they live with, and black people and white people tend to be, like, not literally segregated, but like, yeah. Dino Dude Official, what is up, my guy? We are watching Turning Point say stupid fucking shit while I eat food.
than any other race?
So first of all, what you're saying is really racist.
Stats are not racist. So if I say
1350 and just say that, I'm not racist, I'm just saying stats.
Statistically, black people kill more black people than white people kill black people. That's just a fact.
But
And
white
I think
people are
it's
killing
a
black
tragedy.
people out of white supremacist ideals.
What do we do about this white supremacy that's going on?
I don't know, maybe first and foremost get rid of the president that's bringing it out of people, bringing it to the
Trump is bringing
forefront.
white supremacy out of people?
Yeah.
He's bombing Lebanon.
So bombing Lebanon is because of white supremacy. I want you to teach me right now
First of all,
how bombing Lebanon influences white supremacy in America, causing
because we are
white on
killing
black crime.
black and brown people because they are black and brown, because they are not white Christians.
That's why it's
and
happening.
the more that you fool yourself and the more you...
This is correct. This is super correct. Oh my god.
try to fool college students into this, the more you spread information that continues to perpetuate white supremacy, and you should be ashamed of yourself.
All right.
White supremacy is an issue in this country.
Does white supremacy...
What a legend. What you're saying about the Christian thing is super fucking true. Because, okay, when we talk about, like, oh, radical Muslims, radical Islam, radical whatever, right? Radical, and they're like on a skateboard with like some sunglasses and like a backwards hat. It's because it's too radical, too gnarly, bro. Nah. The idea that radical Islam is the biggest threat to America is like the biggest fucking delusion in the planet, dude. Like, okay, how many Muslims are in fucking office? Okay, you've got Ilhan Omar. Who else? Isn't there like a girl like Rashida Tlaib or something? How many Muslims hold office? 4. Okay, Andrew Carson, Ilhan Omar, and yeah, Rashida Tlaib. I don't know how to say her name. Rashida Tlaib, I think. Okay, and yeah, these other 2 people. 4. Radical Islam. should be fucking scared. However, when our Secretary of fucking Defense, I'm not respecting that name change. You can suck my ass. When a Secretary of fucking Defense is like, we're gonna quote scripture from the Bible about how like we're actually engaging like a holy war, and we're gonna use this scripture here to justify and encourage our soldiers to kill people in the Middle East. It's like, but we're worried about radical Islam, not like, oh, I don't know, saying a bunch of fucking Bible verses encouraging us to kill people as our justification. It's a fucking joke. Oh, and here's the moderate case.
What do you think about transgender, or the idea that men can be women? Do you think that's true?
Well, I support it, but I'm kind of in the middle.
Support it, why? To make people feel comfortable, or because you believe it's true? Because I don't sacrifice sympathy or empathy for truth. I don't believe people should do that. Do you think men can be women or women can be men?
I'm in the middle of it. Like, I'm not on one side, I'm not on another, I'm just in the middle.
So if I told you 2 + 2 = 4, is that true? Or are you in the middle?
I'm in the middle of politics.
I'm asking you a mathematic equation, if you will. 2 + 2, 1, 2 plus another 2 equals how many?
4.
That's an objective fact, right? Okay. Men cannot be women. Biological males cannot be females is also an objective fact that we can empirically test with science. Unless you want to play word salad and say that a woman is whatever somebody feels it is, then you have no convincing argument as to how men can be women or vice versa. So I'm asking you, do you think men can be women?
I don't know, because I'm kind of in the middle.
What do you think about transgender?
Like, these arguments are so fucking low tier. We're just stuck in 2016. The transgenders. Like, give me a fucking break. I'm checking my DMs. Oh, so just so we know, so this was at the University of South Carolina. Still live, right? Okay, yeah, I'm good. I was about to have a stroke. Cool. This is, hey, buddy. Oh, wait, could this be, like, lowered a little bit? Is that okay? Thank you. This is, that event right here. I'm sure if you're in this, live, you've definitely seen this video and the fucking bloodbath it is. I can't believe they actually posted a video from him, though. That blows my mind. But they did it, so I guess that means they gotta go rhetorically even harder. I think his last name is like Smith or something. And I want to make it clear, okay? Fuck. This is so hard. Oh. There are people who are genuinely evil and they just want like other people to die, right? These people are just genuinely evil. There's also people who are just like really fucking stupid and have no idea the implications of the actions or the policies that they condone and the facts at hand. And Jacob, if you're watching, sorry, but like you're the second one. I don't think, because me and him, we talked privately. I'm not going to speak about what we talked about specifically, but I learned that there's just no nice way to put it. He's just really fucking dumb. He didn't seem like it's so hard to say this because it's like, how do I say, like, because what, like, this shit right here, like the video that we just watched, like genuinely makes my fucking blood boil.
What do you think about,
because this is such a stupid fucking 2016 talking point, okay? Like we're 10 years later, let's get some new fucking material for one, but two, yeah, like it feels like something someone who's evil would say, but there's a very hard line between evil and stupidity. I'm sorry, not a hard line. There's a very blurry line between evil and stupidity. And I think he's just stupid. I don't think he's like a evil person. How, especially since also too, I want to say he's like 23. Yeah, the culture war people are fucking insane. Literally all they do is just like talk about trans people, the Bible, and abortion. In fact, truth is, I think that in the I like to call them the campus crusades, the thing that where Turning Point goes and basically assaults campuses verbally, not literally assaulting campuses, but like their goal is to undermine our faith in our institutions with their words. Um, and they've done an incredible job at that. They have. There's been a lot of loss of faith in our academic systems. How many people go around saying college is a fucking scam? Like fucking idiots. But they go around saying it now. This Jacob is like 23 years old. He's stupid. He doesn't know a whole lot, and he's clearly in an area that's going to keep on brainwashing him to hold these stupid beliefs such that he will turn evil. I think a lot of people who are young and hold these beliefs are just stupid, but no. Once you're this guy, like this dude right
My
here.
understanding is that you're kind of
Got him.
against illegal immigrants.
I am against illegal immigrants.
This guy right here, Will, I think he's Will Witt. Yeah, he's Will Witt. Like this is a whole ass man. You're supposed to know better. I'll have no sympathy for him when I embarrass the fuck out of him when I get to see him. Assuming they don't just actually no. If he does try running from me, I'm still gonna embarrass him because if he runs from me, that's really embarrassing for him, and I'm going to post the fuck out of that. And then hopefully other students who are in the area will essentially call him a pussy for running away from me. That's the, or I guess it's just a coward. I'm trying to not use I guess that word in that kind of way anymore. It feels kind of weird. But damn, it also feels so natural at the same time. But I'm gonna do better, guys. I swear to God. But anyway, no. If he's gonna be a fucking coward, that's gonna be really embarrassing for him. So, yeah, I really do hope he fucking runs. I'm sorry. I hope he doesn't run. I think it's much more interesting if we talk. But it'll still be really embarrassing either way. Fucking Hegseth. What a joke. How can you hate homosexual individuals and yet focus so much on male genitalia? True. We just need a large organization that can counteract it, which is why this is good. They're just brainwashing high schoolers to become conservative shills. Again, this is true. I think if we're able to undo the damage from turning, like, unfortunately, okay, there's two parts. The damage from Charlie Kirk is done. A lot of Gen Z is conservative, and they've been like that since like 2016. And I'm Gen Z. You know, I was born in 1998. A lot of them are conservative, and they're so far in, like I can't pull them out. As tragic as that is, maybe some, but that's gonna be really hard. A lot of people at this point truly are lost causes, and I'm not gonna worry about those people. It's sad, but those people who are lost causes simply are just gonna be tools that I can use to humiliate them and then advance our agenda towards a more persuadable audience. So if they're stuck in the way, then they're useful idiots. And if they're not stuck in their ways, then hopefully we can change their mind. There's a difference between what you see online and the reality on the ground, though. There are a lot of Gen Z normies who only really plug in during the federal elections. Again, yeah, this is true. There's way too many people who are not actively engaged in what's going on. And frankly, it's fucking insane. Jesus said in the Bible to hate those who do not look for you, to hate those who do not agree with you, to not like Middle Easterners, and not like anyone who doesn't have an American accent. To hate those who do not agree with. You said Jesus did say that? I imagine he didn't. I don't think Jesus said that. I'd be very surprised as a guy who Oh, okay, yeah. I was like, I do a lot of Christian debunking. I was like, I don't think he said that. I was like, what? Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna find something to play and then like come back. Um, oh, one thing I want to say too, this dude right here, allegedly Ian, is fucking god tier. All right. So, fact, okay, get ready for this. This is a fact. So, because of how indefensible everything from Republicans are like now, and now that we have the internet to keep track of a very sophisticated set of policies that work and policies that don't work. So, for example, we know tariffs aren't very good. We know bombing Iran, not very good. We know that mass deportation efforts, where ICE goes around, ends up killing American fucking citizens, not very fucking good, right? We've got a lot of things from this administration where we know it's not good. We have everything out in 4 fucking K, 60 FPS. And there's one party that's doing all these not very good things, And because of that, it's going to become so fucking obvious that Republican policies just suck. In fact, it should have been obvious for the last, 3 fucking decades? Like, okay, under Clinton, we had the last budget surplus. The economy was doing incredibly well. To my understanding, that the cost of living really was pretty great in the late 90s under Bill Clinton. And then we had Bush. We went to war in Afghanistan. We were there for almost like 20 fucking years. We also had the 2008 financial housing market crash. We had a lot of really fucked shit under a Republican. And then Obama came in. And then he managed to fix the 2008 housing market crash. We were able to, really, that's one of the biggest fucking things in the world. Like apparently we were on something that was like about to be like legit the scale of like the Great Depression again. Like it was going to be insane. Apparently from some stuff that I read, not too versed on, but Obama saved our asses genuinely. And then, oh yeah, expanding Medicaid with the ACA. Okay, that was another fucking W. And also, I think he started being able to balance the budget better in terms of our deficits. So if I go America deficit by year, I believe we're going to see that it starts to even out. Bro, can I? Google Images. Can I get you? Thank you. I don't know why the fuck it didn't show before. Yeah, look at that. Okay, so stuff happens. Okay, so it does shoot up a bit under Obama, but this is a result from the Middle East as well as the the 2008 housing market crash that Obama literally came right into. And then things started going good. Why did this happen? It's almost like there was a big crash or some big fucking event happened, right? Yeah, here's our budget surplus under Clinton. Yeah, this is a perfect thing right here. Bush did a bad job. Shit hit the fan. It was pretty bad. This started getting under control. Pretty good. 2016. Okay, things started to go up a little bit. Oh, whoa. Why is it just going straight up? What's happening here? It's almost like a Republican took office in these years. And then, yeah, Democrat good, Republican bad. Okay. Let's see what this idiot has to say. I'll be back. Oh, wait. Jesus was a white guy from Wyoming, and he was a cowboy with a southern accent and a hippie tattoo. Trump, I ran from Iran, bro, but trans people something. True. Why haven't I been able to debate on a lot of topics? That's why I've been able to debate on a lot of topics, despite still studying. Republican and even centrist Dem, sorry, Ethan, position policies aren't easily defensible. True. Except on the center left. Well, I guess it depends on what center left thing we're talking about. About the debate bro stuff, I want to agree with that, but the truth is, I think when it comes to changing people's minds, people love watching sport Um, like the Charlie Kirk people. Yeah. Um, one. Actually, I know exactly what I'll do. I know exactly what I'll fucking play. Was This is my first high-profile debate. I was a very, very different person. Why is this the most replayed? I don't know. We talked for a hot minute, and I remember when I was talking to Charlie, the very first thing I noticed is this dude was fucking tall, bro. This dude was like 6'6". This dude was a tall motherfucker. Again, I'm like 5'7", okay? This dude was tall, all right? I was very nervous. I was like, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Charlie, like, I don't know, he'll engage in like good faith or whatever. I'm 5'7", bro. I'm like pretty. And how tall are you? And him? Yeah, he was like 6'6", I believe. I'm gonna play this, but yeah, what a joke. I'm back.
Sorry about the weather, guys. We tried our best, but.
Good, we love you.
All right. How are you?
Good to go.
Make sure you talk right into the mic. Yeah.
Sure. Okay, Charlie, I'm not melting from the
Both
rain.
about
Make sure you don't touch the mic.
Don't touch the
Yeah,
mic.
don't touch the mic. Yeah.
Sure.
Can you raise it for you?
Sure. Thank you. Nice. 1, 2, 3. Howdy, Charlie. My name is Ethan. A little nervous. I have a debate background, nowhere near this size, but it's pretty fun. So I am a liberal, and I would like to discuss with you the topic of abortion today. I know. Yeah. And that's okay. I firmly believe that the pro-life argument is something that is held in good faith, and I used to side with that. But I think from a philosophical background, I don't think it holds to scrutiny, and I'm happy to present my argument for you on that. All right. So before, I would like to establish a few, I'll say like foundations that we can probably agree on. So the first argument I'd like to make is that this has to be within a secular framework, which I believe you have said that you can defend from a secular frame. Is that correct?
Yes. However, define secular.
Not coming from religion, so no appeals to like a divine entity or like objective, like universal rights, for example.
Well, can we agree murder is wrong?
Yes.
Is that an objective truth?
Not necessarily, because you could ask the question,
wow.
wait, listen, I can answer that. Murder, by definition, is wrong because it is the unjust killing. So you would have to make the argument, is killing objectively wrong, which obviously in cases of self-defense is not. So that is my statement.
Was Hitler objectively evil?
It depends on who you ask. If you ask a Nazi, he's going to say no. If you ask a Nazi, to me, of course he was, but I'm not a Nazi.
Was the Holocaust objectively evil?
It depends on who you ask.
I hope you can see this is where, I did this for a reason. This is where A, secular philosophy leads you, where you're not able to say objectively Holocaust wrong, and B, most abortionists at their core do not believe the Holocaust was objectively wrong. And that's not a criticism of you.
Sure.
That is a fact of philosophical morality.
Sure.
And I'm not trying to be unfair to you. I know you said you're nervous, but that is the furthest extrapolation of basically secular pro-abortion worldview. I interrupted you, so please continue. But at least we can agree murder is wrong.
By definition, it has to be.
Okay, well, it actually doesn't have to be.
I disagree.
Okay, but we said is murder objectively wrong?
By its definition, it has to be.
Okay. You're gonna have to further educate me on that one.
Sure.
But
Easy.
you mentioned abortion, so continue.
Sure. But at least can we agree that for the purpose of this conversation, as you stated in Jubilee,
I will not appeal to Scripture or God's Word or
like an objective,
Christ our
like
Lord.
moral, like unity or in the universe or anything like that.
Well, again, at some point we're going to appeal to some agreed upon moral framework.
Yes.
Which is the same thing as appealing to religion. But for the purpose of this argument, I will use agreed upon Western morality and bioethics, biology, and reason for the point of this discussion.
Excellent, thank you. The second point I would like to ask is I would like to make the statement that we ought to respect and I want to make this statement clear, the wants and desires of the unconscious, such as dead people, sleeping people, comatose people, etc. Would you agree with that statement?
Well, what wants does a dead person have?
Easy. So I can answer that. So, for example, oh shit. My bad, I had this fucking thing covering up half the fucking screen. Let's say I have a heart attack right now, but my friends, let's say Charlie, I tell you, I would like to be cremated, right? And let's say you're like, sure, Ethan, I can take care of that. I think that you now have a moral obligation because you have agreed
Fair enough,
to
I got it. But
right.
you're, actually, the dead person doesn't have the want. It was a wish while you were alive.
Yes, I absolutely agree.
Got it.
I absolutely agree.
Fine.
But I do believe that there is a
Fair
moral...
enough.
Dude, I was so fucking nervous doing this. Like, at the time, I was like, Charlie Kirk is like a master debater, okay? Like, if I blunder, like, at all, then he'll exploit my thing, and then I'll be the next liberal destroyed, and I'm gonna look like an idiot. Like, here's the truth. These are just verbal lynchings. That's all these little debate me things are. He goes to places and he hopes that some virtuous liberal comes up. Okay, I should talk about by Delonte. You can look this up if you're curious. I love math. I love math so much. A good chess analogy between objective and subjective morality. True. It's about what both of you guys were saying about the Holocaust. Yeah, no. I actually have completely changed my stance on this. I want to make this clear. I'm an atheist. I'm a strong atheist, 100%, and I do believe in objective morality. But at the time, I wasn't philosophically versed, like, at all. I'm making the pogger face. But no. So when we were talking about the Holocaust, Charlie asks me, was Hitler objectively evil? Now, the argument typically goes, the atheist has no objective grounds for what is good and what is evil. It's all up to essentially preference. So, for example, I like Pringles. Pringles are good. I think they taste good. That is subjective. I like them. I also like it when people are nice to me. It feels good. I like it when people give me hugs. I like hugs. It's nice. It's true, Hitler was not a nice guy. So and again, what I'm about to say is the incorrect thing. Or like, I'm sorry, it's technically not incorrect because everyone can have different worldviews. But this was the worldview that I operated under the time because I wasn't philosophically versed. But my stance was, there's no objective good and there's no objective bad. It's all preference. So in the sense of, there were people who said Hitler was good. The Nazis thought Hitler was good. I disagreed with them. How do you arbit what is good and what is bad? Now you could say things that are good means that, like, humans live, right? So, but Jonathan, I actually disagree. I do think there's objective morality, and dude, the philosophy arc has been huge over the last, like, year. I would say morality is subjective, but actions gain objective moral value once you can define your subjective moral framework. Now, it doesn't track, because if your moral framework is subjective, then it's still, I don't want to use the word like arbitrary, but like if the framework is subjective, then the actions that you take are towards a subjective means, which is exactly what morals are. Morals are in accordance with some kind of order, right? That's all what good is. Good means you're in accordance with some kind of order. Now, that order could be like God's word. So, like, are you following the order of the 10 Commandments? Then that is good. It could be a natural order. So, like, for example, you could say, like, human flourishing, right? So, like, making sure that as many humans live a natural, healthy, sustainable life as possible. And that's typically what people would say, is a pretty good starter for, like, objectively good. And that's actually the answer. That it's objectively good. The human experience is so subjective that I think objectively becomes an impossibility when it comes to something abstract like morals. So here's the argument, and I would love to hear your opinions. Here's the argument for objective morality from an atheistic standpoint. One second. And I wish I knew this at the time because I would have slam dunked Charlie on this. I would have slam dunked his ass. I'd like to debate you with this in person. There's a lot to unpack. My subjective moral framework is the lessening of human suffering in general. Yeah, I agree with that, but the truth is, I can make that objective for you. Okay, so when like dipshits like, well, I can't really say like Charlie Kirk because he's kind of dead, but when dipshits akin to Charlie Kirk go, you don't believe in God, you have nothing but preferences, right? It's just false. So what is good is in, again, accordance with an order, okay? So when we say objectivity, we can swap that out for something called stance dependent and stance independent, okay? So, for example, if there were no people, like let's say I Thanos snap every single person out of existence right now, this chip would still exist because all humans are gone. There's no mind to say or do anything about this chip. The chip will still persist because it is objective. It is a stance independent fact that this chip exists. I can not like this chip. I can love this chip. I can do whatever I want. No matter what, the chip still exists. Not anymore because I shade it, but you get the idea. Yeah. It's more accurate to use the term, or it's probably more concise to use the term stance dependent or independent. That's all we're talking about. And the idea behind morality is, again, being in accordance with an order. And the morality is the ought, okay? There is some virtue that you ought to do. And it is the case for every single ought. A necessary precondition is for you to be able to fulfill that ought. It is the case. If you cannot fulfill that ought, then the ought is worthless. When we talk about debating people who just want to see murder, how do you tell those people that their own perspective is wrong despite the fact that they feel the suffering is their own preference? The reason why is because of the facts of human nature. So, what do I mean by this? If we say murder is good, this is self-defeating because we are giving a prescriptive statement. That's the whole thing about what is good, about morals. We are telling people what they ought to do, what actions ought they be in accordance with. Now, if we say murder is good, this is objectively bad because if we universalize this as all moral systems are supposed to be done, okay, when we universalize this as in everyone starts doing it, if everyone has the belief murder is good, so they go around murdering people. If you get murdered, your ability to murder other people can no longer be achieved because you're fucking dead. That is self-defeating. How can you fulfill the good when the very thing that you're pursuing has now stopped you from being able to pursue it? It's incoherent. It's objectively impossible to do. Therefore, it's bad. It makes no sense. So if someone says objectively bad or like murder is like, what if my preference says it's good? No, you can bop them on the head rhetorically and call them a fucking idiot. That's why. Now, the same is also true for objective good. Now, typically, from an atheistic standpoint, we would say the objective good is human flourishing. No, it doesn't. Survival, that's not presuming that survival is good behind that. Survival is necessary. If you are dead, then you cannot do anything. And that's a fact. Survival is good, or that the motivation behind murdering someone is to continue murdering. Yeah, if murdering people gets universalized as a good, when a person gets murdered, It doesn't matter. Why is that bad? Because you can't do it anymore. It's self-defeating. It's like if I say, hey, you know what's good? If you make a square triangle. You can't fucking do that. You just can't. Why? Because it's not possible. The very act that you're trying to do it's a contradiction. And in the exact same way, with a moral system, if there is a system where everyone is trying to do the ought that you are prescribing, and it involves people who are now no longer able to fulfill the ought that you are prescribing because of the ought you are prescribing, that's a square circle. You can't fucking do that. Okay? You think murder is good. I think murder is good. I murder you. You can no longer murder because of the system that you have brought in. It is not possible to universalize it. That's the point. It's a contradiction. And the contradiction is you ought to do X, but doing X means that you can no longer do X. Like it's incoherent. Yeah. The ought you're prescribing is actually what convinced me. Yeah. Now, when we look at other things, now let's look at the negation of that. It is, and again, what is good is simply to be in accordance with an order. So whatever thing we say. If I say it is good to follow God's law, let's say that's the case. It is good to follow God's law. Okay, well, let's pretend gay people bad, okay? Morality is subjective because of universalism. Yes, it is. There's different worldviews. You can take a subjectivist worldview, but if you do that, I don't think that's a good idea. I don't think it's a good idea at all, because the truth is there's no one correct worldview. However, there are definitely worldviews that are way more intuitive. There are definitely worldviews that make that are much more persuasive. And this is the one that I'm giving you. So if you want to call that the correct one, then sure, I guess you can go for it. But yes, I would happily argue that morality is objective because of the applications, or I guess you could say the ramifications that come from the morality system being universalized among everyone else. Because remember, the whole point of a moral system is that this is a thing that everyone ought to fucking do by some standard or metric, right? And if we say murder is good, well, we can't really go around murdering people if we've been murdered ourselves. Why shouldn't my set of morals be self-defeating, even if it's completely redundant and ineffective? Well, no, that's exactly why it shouldn't be, because you cannot fulfill it. It's not possible. That's why I was saying it's like trying to make a square circle. It's not possible. What you are asking someone to do is incoherent because it can't be done, and that is stupid. That's a contradiction. It's like saying, hey, do this thing that you cannot do. Do this true but false thing. Like, what the fuck do you mean? What is the main answer to who or what prescribes the objective? What describes it is human flourishing. That's ultimately what it comes down to. And how do they know it's correct? What it comes down to is the ability for humans to do the ought. Because the truth is, all morality is, and this is exactly the reason why we're able to get an objective statement, is because it can be universalized to all ought claims. That's the thing. 1 second. Excuse me. Let's resume for a second. So I thought about the objective morality worldview. What's the main answer to who or what? Yeah. So what prescribes the objective is the ability to do anything, because what is good is an ought. That is what is good. You are doing a thing that you are being told what you ought to do. Now that ought can be, again, anything. But and that's where we get that subjectivity from. So I'll say, you should follow God's order, right? Okay, well, that's just your subjective view. You're saying what I ought to do, right? And blah, blah, blah. Okay, and then I say, I think you should follow Hinduism. Okay, well, that's just a subjective thing. You're just saying I should follow fucking Hinduism. Okay, I think you should be nice to everyone. Okay, well, that's just your opinion. You ought to do blah blah blah. All you have to understand is you have to the prescription is you ought to do a thing. And if you cannot do that thing, it is self-defeating. It is a contradiction. You ought to do this thing that is impossible for you to do. What does that even mean? It's stupid. Let's presume for a second I'm a stupid person who wants to go around chucking bleach into my neighbor's backyard. Why is this wrong? Well, chucking bleach into your neighbor's backyard is going to be not conducive to your own flourishing. So, and why is this going to be the case? Well, first, we can look at it from before universalizing it. And so when we say universalizing it, that just means, again, mapping it out to everyone else in the world. So you start this. What's going to happen is your neighbor's going to get really fucking pissed at you and then call cops on you. And then you're going to get fucking arrested probably and then fined and then everything's going to suck. And it is the case that if you get fucking arrested, you now are no longer able to throw bleach into your neighbor's backyard. That is objectively bad. It is incoherent to do that. It's like saying, hey, Ethan, you know what's good? To go jump in the mouth of a tiger, okay? It's like, okay, you can do that once. All right, now that you've done it, you can no longer do that because you're fucking dead. Because the thing that you've been told to do has resulted in you no longer being able to do the thing that you were trying to do because now you're fucking dead. If you do the thing that you're prescribed to do, if the thing you're prescribed to do involves in you no longer being able to do it, that is the definition of self-defeating. It's objectively bad because it's incoherent. So, and then if we do universalize this, so now everyone is throwing bleach into our backyards, well, let's look at the ramifications from that. That's going to destroy a lot of our fucking crops. And if we destroy our crops, that hurts our ability to survive. Instead of throwing bleach into our yard, we could be doing way more productive things that encourages human flourishing. And if humans are flourishing, they are much more able to actually accomplish things, right? So if we're spending our time throwing bleach, one, it's just a massive waste of resources. It's a massive waste of time. It's a massive waste of, crops that we could be growing, right? And doing that is just unnecessarily wasteful. And that waste could instead be utilized for helping others being able to accomplish different things. But you see, your definition of a purpose of morality itself subjective. No, incorrect. Because it is the case that what the good is, what is good is an ought. This is all I'm saying, okay? The ought, if it is to be done, okay, let me think about this. All definitions are subjective, okay? When we say the word good, and we're speaking about morals, we are talking about the concept, the essence of an action that you are doing, okay? This is not like word salad. This isn't like, just, if I define the word good to mean the door to my room, right? Like, no. We're talking about the actual thing behind the word good, which is the ought that we're talking about, okay? So we can't just like play willy-nilly with like, what if I switch the word good with the word door or something like that? It is an ought. And objectively, if you cannot do the ought that you are trying to prescribe people to do, that's like telling someone to make a square circle. You can't do that. It's a contradiction. It makes no sense. Logically, philosophically, in every fucking respect, it is not possible. It is self-defeating. That's what I'm saying. Do you think there is an action that could be taken by someone who wants to ensure human flourishing that would diminish or prevent the action of someone else who also wants to spread? I don't know what you mean by that music. Who wants to spread human flourishing? then action that can be taken by someone who wants to ensure human flourishing that would diminish or... Oh, yeah, like, I mean, you could be misguided, but if what you're saying, like, there are objective criteria that humans can do to maximize human flourishing, and that is a fact. And people can be misguided in what can be utilized to spread human flourishing. So, like, for example, I think that communism would be an example of that, right? I don't think that communism would be conducive for human flourishing based on the facts of human nature. I think that's a fact. I like the idea of communism, but I just don't think that it would actually practically work, right? So I think that would be a really good example. Someone who wants to encourage human flourishing by having this idea, and then it actually doesn't work because, you know, X, Y, and Z reasons. But ultimately, like, their goal is still the same. But what really matters is what happens with the actions that we take and how does that impact our ability to do whatever oughts we prescribe. As an example, sacrificing your life by jumping off a mountain would kill you and not be replicable again, but someone could view it as morally justified based on that view because the purpose of morality is to fulfill God's will, and that jumping off the mountain is God's will. Yes, so if it's to literally kill yourself, then I think that there could be an argument there. So, like, one, if God's will literally is to kill yourself and die, then I think there is a point with that one. But if the goal is not to die, let's say they say, like, jump off a mountain. I mean, you can only jump off a mountain, you know, assuming you don't have a parachute, you can only jump off a mountain once. So if literally dying is not in the prescription of the good, then this is true. This is true. Or terrorists who murder people knowing they'll die as they think it's moral, as the purpose is to die for good. Well, remember, the idea of the system is to universalize it. And the truth is, if you go and you kill yourself trying to spread your religion, one, in real life, that definitely does not fucking work. Not in any, like, jihadist, like, sort of sense. I mean, there's people who get martyred, but I don't think people who get martyred intend to fucking die. That's kind of the whole point about being a martyr. Like, you weren't supposed to fucking die. A problem with moral objectivity is that by extension, any decision I've made in my life will be objectively right or wrong morally, yes. And I could have maximized the moral weight of my decisions, yes. Despite the ridiculous complexity of decisions people have to make. No, but it's true, though. That is true. So the idea about this is there are objective moral criteria that you could do to maximize, like, the good in your life. So, for example, I think, like, going to college is, like, a really good example. Financial well-being is a really good example. Making good relationships is a good example. Doing things to annihilate the conservative Hitler Youth Program in the United States is a great example, right? Things like that are fantastic examples for maximizing well-being for not only yourself, but for the rest of the world. But what if my purpose is not repeat the action after that? That's what I'm saying. Like, I think that could be the only case where the scenario does fail. I can throw bleach into my neighbor's backyard again after doing it once, but I don't really care. Well, after that, what is the ought after that? If the ought is to do, like, a one-time thing, then I mean after that, I don't know, that's not really how moral systems work, to just do, like, a one-time thing, unless it's like going to Mecca, right? Because, like, I know that, like, people who believe in Islam need to visit Mecca at least, like, once in their life. But actually, let me hold the thing out over here. Make sure it's clear. If you have a moral system where you have to do a thing more than once. Oh, actually, it is the case even with if you're going to do something that involves you having to die, okay? So, like, if you're like, I have to jump off a mountain, okay? Okay, you need to jump off a mountain? All right. How are you going to get up the mountain, bozo? You know what would really help you get up the mountain? human flourishing, because that means that you're probably physically fit, you are active, you can climb a whole fucking mountain. Maybe you have a whole team of people who are with you to help you get up that mountain so you can jump off and then fucking kill yourself. So actually, even in a case like that, human flourishing is required. Let's say your goal is, I want to get eaten by a fucking tiger. Okay, where the fuck are you gonna find a tiger? Do you know someone who can help you find a tiger? Maybe there's a tiger like ringleader who helps people get eaten by tigers. But how are you going to get to the tiger first? It is the case that if you are not flourishing as a human first to get to the tiger, then there is a higher chance that you will not get to the tiger because you may fucking die. So actually, in that circumstance, it still checks. Without tripping over my definitions, I'll just take the definition: morality is the set of principles or standards used to evaluate actions, intentions, and characters as right or wrong, good or bad. But the thing is, what does it mean for something to be right or wrong or good or bad? And the answer is, if it's in accordance with an order, that's all it is. Because what is the good? I don't fucking know. The good could be anything, but it's in accordance with something. And that's all that word means. Is it in accordance with an order? What is the order? I don't fucking know. The one time where I think the system truly doesn't work is if the prescription is to stand there and die and do nothing. To literally just sit there and then die. Otherwise, human flourishing is a necessary prerequisite to do anything. Even if it's to jump off a mountain. How are you going to jump off the mountain if you can't get up the mountain? Your body needs to be flourishing in order to do that. What if your goal is to shoot yourself? Okay, well, how are you going to be able to shoot yourself if you cannot acquire a gun? Not everyone is going to have a gun. So for it to be objective, it would have to be independent. Yes, exactly correct. And that's why human survivability is objectively good, because human survivability is the necessary prerequisite in order to do any ought, except for standing there and dying. So that's like the one case where the ought, I guess it doesn't fit. To literally just lay there and die, because the truth is anyone can just lay there and die. It's not very hard. But yeah, good luck selling that one. So maybe there's objective bad, because objective bad would be the self-defeating ones. Like that's just no question about that. Anything that's self-defeating where you cannot do it. We could appeal to like a hedonistic model, because it's a fact of human nature that the things that we like make us happy, like just by its fucking definition. But even then, though, like you could still contend with that. Is the objective morality you take of human flourishing human specific? No, it is not. If so, how should any other species in the world act in accordance with that? So it is the case for any species to act in accordance with some kind of order, it must be surviving. If it's not surviving, then, well, it can't really do anything. So the only circumstance where it doesn't work is standing there and dying. Would it have to be true eternally or just for a period of time? Whatever that length is, it's true eternally. If something is going to do an ought, right? Actually, yeah. It's true eternally. Yeah, no matter, even if it's like a non-organic thing. Because I was gonna say, like, could you apply like a moral system to like a robot? But like, robots don't live, but robots can be destroyed. And if a robot is like programmed to, I don't know, do a good, which is, I don't know, build a bunch of bricks or some shit, I don't know. If the robot gets destroyed, the robot can no longer fulfill the ought, and that is not good. If it cannot do the good, then by definition is not good. So yeah, it's true eternally. If all it is, if there's a prescription and something inhibits you from doing that prescription, and that prescription is good or is defined as good, then if you can't do it, you cannot do the good. And that by definition is not good. The ought is prescriptive on a species basis. No, it's prescriptive on a universal basis. If there's a thing and it cannot do a prescriptive thing, okay. If there is a subject and there's a prescription for that subject, and if that subject, I'm sorry, let me formalize this. There's a subject, and that subject is given a prescription, and that prescription is the good, whatever the good is. But there is a prescription, and that's all that matters. If you cannot do the prescription, you cannot do the good. I'm sorry, wait, did I say if there's not a... Fuck, sorry, I have to go to bed soon. Fuck. Okay. I'm having a stroke. If a subject cannot perform the good, then the good is impossible. If the subject is destroyed, or it is dead, or the good is self-defeating, the good is incoherent. That's it. No, the purpose, when we say the purpose is to do a goal. That's it. The purpose is the purpose itself. And that purpose can be literally anything. If you're dead, you cannot do a purpose. Then what you're saying is the ought is prescriptive on a species. It doesn't track, for instance, or no, I think we described to put. No. Even animals have an ought. A cat gets hungry and is like, I'm going to meow at you. Meow. Right? Like, these are things. Now, the cat probably doesn't, like, get meta about its thoughts, but the cat does think. Or at least, like, there's some cognitive processes that are going on in the cat such that the cat is motivated to do stuff. The cat has motivations, and the motivations are the cat's preferences. But either way, there is some kind of order that the cat is doing. So it's not on a single species level. It is universal for anything that has motivations. In fact, actually, not even just motivations. For anything... How do you want to put it? I would say animals certainly have motivations. I wouldn't say, like, the sun has a motivation. A tornado doesn't have, like, a motivation. But they do stuff. So I'm going to attribute motivations with a mind here specifically. But, like, if you really wanted to, you could extrapolate it to, like, things that don't have, like, an inherent, like, teleology. So you say a chicken would have a moral basis for killing a human if it could. If we're going to kill a human for food? Yes. Yes. Objectively, that would be good. In terms of, like, the chicken's survivability. Now, so, like, for example, and that doesn't mean it's subjective, okay? Well, again, let's use the word stance dependent and stance independent. That's probably a more fitting thing, because then you're going to say, oh, well, it's subjective because it's good for the chicken and bad for the human for the chicken to kill the human. But vice versa is true for the human. It's stance dependent, it's a stance independent fact that it is good for the chicken if the chicken is going to fulfill any type of goal to not be killed. That's it. More before I comment any further on this, I don't think I'm well read enough for this at the moment. No, sir. But yeah, I've said it a bajillion times. I hope. Is what I'm saying, like, clear about, like, okay, yeah. All I'm saying is, if you're dead or you are hindered, then you cannot achieve a goal. And whatever the goal is, God's word, being a mosquito and biting someone on the neck, being a cat and wanting to get treats, trying to jump off a mountain, if there is any active goal, we could call it an active goal. If there's something that kills you or hinders you, such that it prevents you, that is objectively bad to the system because you cannot fulfill the good. Or I'm sorry, I shouldn't say objectively bad, but it objectively is not good. Sense dependent is the same way I would describe whether or not I enjoy a PB&J. Correct. Yes, that is stance dependent. And the next person doesn't. That sounds like an extra word for subjective. So yes, but subjective can get kind of tricky in its usage because people will usually cash out subjective for like stance dependent and stance independent, but it's not necessarily accurate because you could say that me eating the chicken is subjectively good for me, or I'm sorry, good for humans, such that the good is subject or indexed to the human species, right? If I eat the chicken. And now you can say, oh, see, look, it still is subjective because what's good for the human is bad for the chicken. What's good for the chicken is bad for the human. And then you could say like that, but it's much more accurate to say stance independent because that's what matters. Because when we're talking about subjectivity, what we're talking about is in what people usually are referring to is something in reference to a mind, right? Because when you say that you like the PB&J, it's because it is good to your mind. There's some like neurons and stuff, you know, your tongue tastes it and you're like, yummy, PB&J. And that is triggered directly by the mind, okay? And if it's just the mind, that's just your feelings. And if it's your feelings, it's all on a whim. It's all just fucking arbitrary, you know? PB&J chips, my butt. Whatever you want, right? Like basically, that's the idea. So when people like Charlie fucking Kirk over here, fucking tiny face Kirk, when people like him say, "Oh, your thing is subjective," so it's all just like arbitrary. So Hitler is just arbitrarily bad. That's what he's trying to do. So it's much more clear and much more rhetorically strong to say stance dependent or stance independent. I'm still gonna because I don't really care about morals. Well, if you don't care about morals and you're a moral nihilist, then like there's not really much to do at that point. There's not much of a debate. You know? I mean, I could try to change your mind on that, be like, well, if you do that, the cops are gonna arrest you, and that's probably gonna produce an unpleasant experience. So maybe that could motivate you, but other than that, sounds a moral nihilist then. That's not a me problem, you know? And also because he's an asshole. And he doesn't even exist when I say it's fictional. So you're reducing it down to the individual regardless of species. I wouldn't even say I'm reducing it. I would say I'm actually extrapolating it. If you like it, if you like jail, then you are justified in your action. However, I will say that if you're in jail, assuming you have other goals aside from jail, you will not be able to fulfill those goals if you are rotting in jail. So that would probably not be in your best interest for fulfilling the good in your moral system. All right, let's try and get through the Charlie Cuck shit.
This is a long wind up, so let's.
No, it's important. I promise you. I promise. But I'm glad we agree on that. Nextly, I want to make the argument that it is not life in of itself that we value, but it is the human experience that we value.
No, I don't agree there.
Okay. Should we have let? Are you familiar with the Terry Schiavo case?
Very.
Should we have let her basically be unplugged?
Well, it's a question of we. Who is we? The government, society, or the family that made the ultimate decision?
It can be any.
Well, no, it actually matters. So which we are we talking about? The doctors, the medical professionals, the county, the state of Florida, right? I mean, there's like 9 different layers involved in this. But so let me just educate the audience. The Terry Schiavo case is the most high-profile, quote-unquote, brain-dead case of this modern era. Beautiful young woman goes into basically a coma, And what ensued
can't
was
hear
a
me eating.
series of lawsuits where some people in the family wanted to keep her on life support, and some people wanted to basically pull the plug. The government intervened. However, someone who is quote-unquote brain dead is actually far more alive than you might realize. Did you know that someone that is brain dead, a woman, for example, she still goes through her menstrual cycle? So if a woman is brain dead, how is she still menstruating and ovulating? Maybe we are more than just our brain activity.
This dude's a fucking freak, bro. Okay, just so we know, so we're talking about this girl called named Terry Schiavo. So I want to be like this guy. If you know, Ringside from Brother Levin, Terry Schiavo. It was really tragic, but
On February 25th, 1990, a young woman named Terry Schiavo got up in the middle of the...
Follow that, Terry? Yeah. There you go. Can you follow that at all? Terry? Come on. Terry, no. Open, come on. I'm using both sound and something. Can you follow that?
This woman, not like... Yeah. So Terry was not clinically brain dead, but we can just say like colloquially brain dead. So like her body is still alive, but like the lights are on, but nobody's home, essentially. And what I'm saying is, when I'm debating Charlie, I'm here like, should we have unplugged Terry Schiavo, which we ultimately did. And then Charlie asks me, who is we? Which kind of is a fair question. I think if we were doing like a policy debate, then I think that would be a fair question. But right now we're just talking about the morals, and the truth is, generally speaking, I mean, actually, I think it's a fair question. But the ultimate, no, I don't know. I need to think about it a little bit more. But the whole question is it unethical to euthanize someone who basically is a human husk? And that, unfortunately, is what Terry Schiavo was.
Huh? Can you see that?
One of the extraordinary things in this...
Should she have been unplugged is a better question because it grounds it in morals. Yeah. Were you in university when you... No, I was not. I had graduated. This was last year? Yeah. And dude, I was so nervous because like I've done debate for a long time, but never in front of a crowd like this. And these people, they wanted to see me get verbally lynched. They want to see a liberal get destroyed. Those lynching parties that people did in the 60s and the 50s and before, those have now turned into this. Okay? Now, thankfully, no one generally is actually dying at these, but they want to see your reputation die. They want to see you get humiliated for standing up for minorities, for standing up for impoverished people, for standing up for immigrants, for standing up for all these people in very virtuous ways. They want to see you get humiliated. These are what I always call these modern lynchings. That's what it felt like, you know. Like I was the next one up onto the stand, and if you heard some of the audience before, like they would laugh at some of the things that I said, like dead people having desires, which is true. You know, if I say, "Hey, this is my will, please fulfill my will," and then Charlie rightfully pointed out that I was talking about the wills of a person who was alive and then died, but the concept is still the same. Fair topic, but how do you gain muscle? 2 seconds. Shit. I've got a cooler right next to my bed. I got a cooler right next to my bed that holds 4 gallons of milk, and I drink a shitload of milk. I used to drink a whole gallon a day, and I did that for probably about like 2 years. And within the last year, I've gone down to probably like about like half a gallon because I want to make sure I don't like destroy my body. But milk gives you so many calories and it gives you so much protein and it's super good. I've been working out for about 12 to 13 years now. I'm 28 and I started at the age of like 15, 16. But I think I actually started doing it correctly around the age of like 18. So I've been doing it correctly for about a decade, but in total for about 13 years. The same reason why I have no anxiety going into online debates, but would be pretty anxious going into, yeah, because they want to humiliate you. They want to point and laugh at you and ridicule you because these are, again, modern lynchings. These people are fucking freaks, but it's what gets their socks off.
Maybe there's a lot that happens.
I started like 14, but really inconsistently, and like 18 now, and sort of regret not doing it more consistently. You know, the good news is, yeah, if you're 18 now, dog, this is like prime time. Trust me, like there's no better time in the world to start than, well, it's like almost 11 o'clock where I am right now, but like as soon as you possibly can. Something I really want to do actually is start streaming in the mornings when I'm at the gym. I don't know how I'm gonna get it to work for like streaming on like YouTube and Twitch. Yeah, it's really difficult getting back. I've actually been out for a little bit because I've been dealing with my job and this at the same time, so it's been hard to go to the gym. But dog, I'm about to get in the best fucking shape of my life, and I'm so fucking hyped for that shit. I'm so fucking hyped. But um, yeah, definitely get started as soon as you can. I really want to do live streams in the morning and be like, "Hey guys, we're in the gym. Let's all go to the gym together." I usually try to go to the gym around like 7 o'clock in the morning because I work at 9. I'll be leaving my job. My last day is actually on Monday coming up, so I can pursue this full time. So yeah, I'm really excited about it. I'm an elderly citizen now, close to retirement, so quite difficult. Yo, what's up? Razor? I'm gonna call you Razor because I want to make sure I say your name right. What's up, brother? But yeah, I want to make it clear, man. Being an older guy, you can still do it. I swear to God, you can still do it. There are some people who I see at my gym. There was this guy. I miss him. Oh my God, I love this guy so fucking much. You meet some of the coolest fucking people in the gym, I swear to God. He was an 80-something-year-old man named David, and he was such a sweet guy. And I would watch him squat 180 pounds. He would tell me his stories about when he was in Vietnam. He was one of the coolest guys in the world. And you know what, too? He was a damn hippie, and he fucking hated Trump and everything MAGA stood for, and I loved that man to fucking death. That man was a grade A fucking hippie, and you know what? I wish to God that I found the time to like do some kind of recreational substance with that man. Okay, well, one of the coolest things I love seeing is I love seeing when people are old and they're progressive. Because if you're old, you grew up in a time when like black people were getting lynched. You grew up in a time where like everyone saw like it was super acceptable for black people to be seen as like lower class or like lower than human to you. And now you're a progressive today, and that is so beautiful. Oh, let me read chat. Call me Ray. Oh, that's good. Okay, what's up, Ray? But people act like that sometimes at 18. If that's easier, yeah, I got you, bro. I'm 38, so go to the gym. Nice. Honestly, I used to say that going to the gym was hard because I work all day, but I felt ashamed when I saw a person in a wheelchair. Oh, hell yeah, yeah. Despite the difficult circumstance. True, bro. Dude, seeing shit like that is some of the most inspirational shit, like genuinely. Because it's like, oh my God, like I'm getting mogged by someone in a wheelchair. That's a strong motherfucker right there. All right, let's see if we can try and get through this before we go to bed. We'll finish this up, and then I gotta sleep because I'm gonna try to be up at about 6 in the morning so I can go to the gym. So hopefully we can Scooby do that. Oh, if I can hit it.
In our being beyond just what we can detect on a SPECT scan. Secondly, a brain dead person, because I understand where you're going towards this.
Sure.
A brain dead individual, quote unquote brain dead, there have been instances, albeit very rare, where people that have no detectable brain activity actually come out of that and they have full consciousness. Very, very rare, but those are documented cases.
Keep that in mind. So he's talking about people who are brain dead. Very, very rare.
Of that and they have full consciousness. Very, very rare, but
very, very rare. Only thing that changed after becoming 18 is I can have my bank account. True. Wait, you can drink alcohol when you're 18? Are you in the United States? I don't think there's a single state that allows the consumption of alcohol unless you're 21. He's doing abdominal exercise. Yeah, it's really motivating when you see people who struggle with difficulties but don't give it. Yeah, true.
But those are documented cases. Did you know that someone that is brain dead, if you happen to, let's just say, put a knife in their knee, their norepinephrine and their adrenaline increases, even though they are brain dead, their immediate adrenaline response goes up. And
like, it's such a stupid talking point because that implies that, like, oh, do you need to think about, like, making your adrenaline go up when you get stabbed? Like, this is such a stupid fucking talking point, and I wish I was as versed, like, in public debate at that time as I am now. Oh my god, I would have torn this motherfucker a new hole. Also, to your point, I've seen people in their 60s still advocating for free healthcare. Hell yeah. Money out of politics. Hell yeah, I agree. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. It's like, yes, you're an old fuck, but you fucking get it. And those people are not boomers, okay? Being a boomer is a mindset, okay? When you're like, back in my day, you whippersnappers, you remember. That's a fucking boomer, okay? There are boomers who are like 20 years old, okay? Like, Charlie Kirk, let's be real. Charlie Kirk was a fucking boomer. Okay. He's a boomer and a relatively young man-ish his body. Okay. LOL. 25. Bro, you are not in the United States. Cause I know I'm pretty sure is the drinking age 21 all across here? Is the drinking age 21 all across the US? Yep. Okay. So federally, yeah. Yeah, no, you're correct. It's 21 all across the country. If I were to share a personal experience before joining the gym, I had the wrong idea. You have to already have a good physique to start. Oh, yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah. You can start regardless of your current. Hell yeah. Yeah. Ray, what you're saying is 100% true. Fun fact. Every gym, I'll say gym freak or whatever, had to start somewhere. And everyone had the exact same experience of, like, you know, that like strong insecurity. And that's not to diminish what you're saying, but it's instead to reinforce what you're saying is it's totally normal. It is totally normal and totally valid, totally justified. But the truth is, because me and all these other people, we had these experiences. Oh, I'll pull something up. Give me 1 second. Maybe y'all will get a laugh out of this. I hope to make y'all laugh out of this. Hold on. See if I can find something. Give me a second. Can't find it. Can't find it. This will be really funny if I can find it. But oh, when we're talking about like people who like just start at the gym and whatnot, okay, we have so much respect for newcomers because we know how hard it was and we know that intimidation, and there's nothing that we genuinely want to see more than someone who's like clearly new than to keep coming and for them to be a regular, because we know that the people who do keep coming and who do become regulars, those people are hard fucking fighters. Those people are strong. because we know they don't want to be here, and they know they don't want to be here, but they're still fucking doing it anyway because they are locked the fuck in, and that deserves an ungodly amount of respect. So we have so much admiration for people who persevere anyway. It's 25A for 21. I mean, no shame, it doesn't hold me back, but I can certainly have a long way to go. I'm around your height and weight, around 210 pounds. BB gains are true. Eat creatine. Eat 1 scoop of creatine a day. I'm jealous of people who get to see. True. So just a heads up. I don't know if this is a good image or not. This is what I looked like when I first started. That's what I looked like when I first started going to the gym. I think I was like 16 in that image. It's rough, buddy. Holy shit, thank God for fucking puberty. Alright, let me get this shit out of my sight. Do I have any other ones like that? LOL. I used to think everyone looked down on me or think that I didn't know what I was doing, but in reality, they don't even focus on you. If you make a mistake with an exercise, you can just ask for help. True. No one starts with that perfect. True again. Strong physique right away. They persisted. Yeah. And let me tell you this too. If at all they do focus on you, it is nothing but respect. It is nothing but respect if they do. But most of the time, no, people genuinely don't give a fuck. They're just listening to music and trying to get their shit done. But no, this is accurate. Wow. Time is crazy. My little puppy. Now I'm looking at all these old photos. All these, like, borderline baby photos. Oh my god. I miss you, Hunter Gunner. What a good girl she was. Okay. So I'm going to show a picture of a dog that I had that tragically passed. Well, not tragically. She lived a full life. But here she is. She looks kind of spooky here, but she was like the sweetest dog in the fucking world, I swear to God. This was Hunter. And I mean, she's a dog. I mean, she's just a dog, right? But like, God, I fucking love this dog. She passed away about a month before this event happened. And that was a big inspiration for like pushing me to go against Charlie Kirk, because a lot of us tend to project our own beliefs onto our animals. And that dog, that was my fucking girl, okay? I miss that dog to death. She had a full life, and I'm very happy to have been with her for the whole thing. But after she had passed, and then because she passed in March 20th, and then I found out that Charlie Kirk was coming to my college in April. I can't remember what day in April, but like April something, like the next month. And I was like, I'm gonna fight this motherfucker, okay? And here we are today. So, my dog was a really big inspiration actually for pushing me into the water. Oh, let me read the chat here. Trying to finish the workout. Yeah, true. Most of the time, I don't know about Hunter. Yeah, true. Yeah. No, I literally called her Hunter Gunter all the time. That might be what the fucking text reads. I literally called her my Hunter Gunner like all the time. Hunter Gunter. It's my little Hunter Gunner. I love you, Hunter Gunner. I would say shit like that all the time. God, I miss that dog. Oh, I'm gonna cry. Okay, no, I'm gonna cry. We are not. This is not a sad stream. This is a vibing stream and exposing pedophile stream. Well, I guess we finished the exposing pedophiles part for now. I will. We'll finish up more on the Epstein document tomorrow. I'm hoping to have all this done probably by maybe like Sunday or something. So I don't believe Charlie Kirk practices what he preaches. In any case, I don't believe the word he said. I think half of it was a grift and half of it was legit. I think he genuinely believed in like stuff like Christianity. I think he genuinely did believe in like conservative beliefs, but he was really just like a tool to push Republican agendas, and even if he disagreed with it. So, like for example, Charlie Kirk was politically very smart, or at least organizationally, he was very smart. He was one of the best political strategists in the fucking world. There's no denying that because of how effective Turning Point was. And I say was because Turning Point is not fucking effective anymore with this motherfucker gone, okay? No one can do what Charlie fucking did. I don't know, like, this guy, as much as I hated him, okay? He had it. He really fucking had it. He was really good at what he did. As much as I hated everything he fucking stood for, he was really good at what he did. And now that he's dead, yeah. But oh, going back, why I think he's like half grift, half real. Yeah, he probably is like trans people are freaks. He probably like actually like hates gay people. He probably holds all these like very bigoted beliefs. But he ultimately is willing to compromise with people like Donald Trump. So Charlie Kirk is a person who ends up encouraging like white supremacist ideas without even realizing he's being white supremacist. You know, he'll be like, "Bro, like black people and white people are equal, okay? Like I know people who got out of poverty. Black people can get out of poverty. They just need to pull themselves by their bootstraps." I think that was Charlie Kirk's stance. I don't think he was like, "I hate black people. I want to see them get oppressed." But he would do things that end up perpetuating their oppression by his sheer ignorance. That would be my take on him. Practice what he preached. Kirk turned anti-Israel before he passed. He wasn't entirely anti-Israel, but he was becoming critical. I don't believe that because he always changed based on the context, and it's typical of American presidents. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He was like half grifting, half not. So there were things that he genuinely did believe, and there were other things where, like, you know, I think he was just willing to bite the bullet, and one of those bullets that he definitely bought was Donald Trump. So you know, you make the bed that you lie in, and he made his fucking bed. That's why, like, I always say what happened to Charlie Kirk shouldn't have happened. And I hope you guys feel the same too, because it, I'm so scared. You know, I remember when I was with the Unfuck America tour, which they're great. I love the people on the Unfuck America tour. I'm not with them anymore, but I do love them. Uh, I was scared that like at the events that we went to, I thought someone might come and kill us. Like Charlie, like we all saw the fucking videos. We saw like all the angles of this motherfucker getting kirked. Okay, we saw that shit. And I was like, that could be me one day. And I really don't want that to be me. And I don't want that to be anyone who I know or people I care about. I don't want it to be anyone. Because if it is anyone, then it could be anyone. Does that make sense? So if it was Charlie Kirk, I could be next, or someone I care about could be next. And that's bad. So no one should be dying at all, ideally. And when I go to these events to humiliate Turning Point, to stop the next Charlie Kirk from spawning in by shitting on college kids, okay? I just I don't want to fucking die. Kirk 100% a grifter. He just injected his own philosophy into talking points. Yeah, no, I don't agree. I think he believed, again, I think he believed like half of what he said. So I don't know, I guess you could round up and say he's grifting then. I don't know. But usually what happens with conservatives is they do have like conservative beliefs, like genuinely being a Christian, like genuinely believing the Bible, like genuinely disliking trans people, genuinely disliking gay people, genuinely thinking that you can just pull yourself up by your bootstrap, genuinely thinking that unregulated capitalism is the best system, which I, as a center left person, disagree with very strongly. Again, I am a capitalist, but the idea of unregulated capitalism is fucking insane. But Charlie Kirk, genuinely, I would bet money, actually believe these things. But in order to advance those goals, he would get behind whoever is most politically ideal for doing that. And obviously that's going to be Republicans, and Donald Trump was a Republican nominee, so of course he's going to endorse Donald fucking Trump. So no, I don't think he was 100% a grifter. I think he believed in the Bible. He was very well versed on biblical scripture. So I'm willing to bet that motherfucker lived and breathed that shit. He probably knew things from the founding church fathers. He knew a lot of theological arguments I've heard him talk about in other debates. This guy knew his shit with the Bible. If he knew his shit with the Bible, you know he definitely hated LGBT folk, and you know he definitely was ignorant, such that he pushed a bunch of white supremacist talking points out of pure ignorance. Based on specific context while ignoring them and another. Yeah, this is true. This is what I'm saying. It's a half grift. This is true. Typical American politicians, true again. I would 100% take back, but I don't think he was always arguing. No, he fucking was. Absolutely not. No, he was not arguing that in good faith. Not at all. Let's go and get through this. So he said people rarely come out of being brain dead or in an irreversible, persistent vegetative state. And just for some recontext, okay? We are debating abortion and the Terry Schiavo case right now. So
On February 25th, 1990.
Just look that then. Fuck. Can I find it again? See if I can get to where the fuck was. Here it is. Okay, so speed run for context. I'm debating Charlie Kirk. I'm saying I'm pro-choice, and I give him 3 premises. First, we should not appeal to the Bible for this debate, so don't appeal to like God or whatever. Defend the pro-life stance from a secular point of view. 2, we respect the wishes of people who are dead. So like a will would be an example. Or if I say cremate me if I die, that's an example. And then lastly, what we value is the human experience and not human life. So, and to prove that we value the human experience and not human life, we have Terry Schiavo, which is a human life with no experience.
Can you follow that, Terry? Yeah. There you go. Can you follow that at all? Terry? Come on. Terry, no. Come on. I'm using both sound and something. Can you follow that?
So this is Terry Schiavo. She was in, I think she went into like cardiac arrest or something, and the oxygen to her brain was deprived for a few minutes, such that irreversible brain damage happened. So like if we look at her brain scan, like her brain is like mush. This right here, so this is a normal brain scan, and then on the right, this is her brain. Her brain was literally fucking mush, okay? Like, it was genuinely fucking applesauce, okay? So, for Terry, the lights are on, but nobody is home. This is a human life with no experience. Yeah, Gosh is right. Yeah, that's right. And I'm telling Charlie, what we value is the human experience, not human life. Now, human experience is part of human life. Human life is necessary for the human experience. But if you have the human experience with no life, then it has no value to it. And I'm saying, is it wrong? Now, it is the case. We did pull the plug on Terry Schiavo because she was never coming out of this. Because again, her brain was fucking mush, okay? She was never coming out of this. And I'm telling Charlie, hey, is it wrong that we did that? And now watch Charlie's fucking response on this.
So what you consider as brain dead, they're actually very much alive.
Oh, and he says some real fucked shit too. He says some real fucked shit too about like brain dead people. And again, we're not talking about literal like clinically brain dead people. Because if you're clinically brain dead, then you're actually dead. But we're just talking about in a colloquial sense, i.e. Terry Schiavo.
Let me make one final point. To the menstruation part, a brain dead woman can get pregnant and deliver a child. She's not dead. It's just that her brain waves have decreased significantly.
May I respond?
Yeah, sure.
Excellent. So there was a lot to unpack there, and because there's so much, and we only have so much time, I'm going to address the first thing that you said between who is we, and to that I would probably, I'm not going to make a hard standing on this, but at least at a first thought, I would argue that it is between the loved ones of Terry Schiavo and the doctors who are taking care of their. I think that's a question that's between the person who is injured, the people taking care of them, and the doctors.
So let's fast forward this to abortion, and I can kind of cut to the essence of it. When does life begin?
Conception.
Oh, it does begin at conception.
I agree.
Okay. So then, should every life be protected post-conception?
I believe that every conscious experience that the human body has should be protected. Not necessarily life in of itself, as I personally and as many people in the audience would agree. If I became brain dead, if I or you became brain dead, and there was no chance of you ever waking up, you probably would want them to pull the plug. And if you disagree, that's okay. But, I don't think that's the case.
Hold on, but a
held by most people.
4-week-old.
Remember, I'm saying, if you become brain dead, you're in this this circumstance right here. And again, she's not having any experience. Like, this is all stuff that the body is subconsciously doing. She is not aware of anything going on. This is a living husk. That is the most accurate way I can describe Terry Schiavo, unfortunately, in this state. You can't determine anyone's lifespan. Even if someone is brain dead, they could still wake up even if their chances are slim. It's not your right to decide their fate. Therefore, the person must have consented to these measures beforehand. No, this is wrong. We very much can tell with an insanely high degree of certainty if someone will wake up. Because if your brain looks like this, you're not waking up. It's not happening. Yeah. Nah, Ray, I'm gonna have to disagree with you on that one, dog.
Baby left uninterrupted and properly nourished.
Remember that this is a regular one. This is the one on the right. You ain't coming back from that.
Does wake up and have full consciousness and brain
Correct.
waves.
Correct.
So it's a completely different thing. You're talking about someone that has very little likelihood of brain activity reemerging versus a unborn baby in utero who inevitably will almost certainly have brain activity. So interrupting one actually prevents the development of consciousness.
No. No. It's metaphysically not possible. Like, saying that there is a chance of her waking up is like saying there's a chance a pig can fly. You're conflating two separate possibilities. Give me 1 second. Let me eat my pasta. I'll respond.
Consciousness, where interrupting the other actually does not.
May I respond? The issue I have with this is the conscious experience hasn't begun yet. For example, let's say this person right here to my left, if I punch him really hard, there is a person who we give moral consideration to that I have enacted violence upon. And we can make a objective statement on that, or he obviously has a conscience, we can agree on that. We can make an objective statement that I have violated what he wants. But the thing is, a fetus prior to approximately 20 weeks, or at least that's what I've read, does not have a conscious experience. Therefore, it cannot care
Brain
about what
waves
happens.
start a lot earlier than that. They start around 8 to 10 weeks. But brain waves and consciousness are not necessarily the same thing.
True. Okay. Okay, so Ray, you're conflating what's called logical possibility with physical possibility or metaphysical possibility. So what logical possibility means is it is logically possible she could wake up, in the sense of it is, when we talk about logical possibility, all it means is that there is not a contradiction. For example, if I say the chip is in my hand and not in my hand at the exact same time, right? So like at this point in time, the chip is in my hand and it is not in my hand. That's incoherent. That makes no sense. This cannot be true. It's not possible. It's like saying, hey, make a square circle. It's not possible. It's contradiction. It's just not possible. And it is logically possible for Terry Schiavo to wake up. I mean, she has a brain. It's still kind of active, I guess, right? Um, maybe she could wake up or something, right? It's logically possible. But then when we look at the physical possibilities, in terms of how degraded she was, no. One of the people I know was told by doctors that he wouldn't live long, and at best, he had 1 year left. However, this person lived normally despite doctors' and their opinion. Well, explains that. No, no. This is, no. So it can be the case that doctors can be wrong, right? But, like, just because a doctor can be wrong about a diagnosis or, like, a given lifespan doesn't mean that, like, oh, well, there's a chance they could be, like, that's not necessarily the case. There's what we call degrees of certainty, right? Or, like, confidence intervals. So, for example, if I say I have a confidence interval, I have a confidence level of like 50% that if I flip a coin, it's going to land on heads. Why? Because I know there's a 50% possibility it's going to land on heads. Okay. Like my confidence level of that is 50. However, when we look at, like, again, Terry Schiavo here, my confidence level that she will never fucking wake up is 100%. Now, the confidence level for your friend here, okay? Now, it could be the case that maybe there's some, I don't know what's going on with your friend, but, like, maybe he or she or they, maybe they just needed to get their life together, but most people do not get their life together, right? Like, a lot of people have medical problems because they, like, eat like shit. They don't take care of their body. And even if you tell people, hey, you need to take care of your body, otherwise you're going to fucking die, most people don't take care of their body anyway, okay? Like, it's just not a motivator for them. They just don't give a fuck. And because of that, they end up fucking dying. So the doctors oftentimes would be like, yeah, you got like a year to live because you're probably going to die. You're probably not going to actually take care of yourself. And unfortunately, as a guy who has a lot of med school friends, a lot of times that is the case. They're like, hey, you don't take care of yourself. Like, I could tell you to do it, but you're not going to do it anyway. Everyone just wants a pill prescribed. And it's really sad that's the case, but maybe your friend locked the fuck in and got their life together, in which case that's awesome, but that's not the case for most people. Was that person Terry? Because it's not they're the same. They don't mean everything. Yes, they speak based on a specific science and based on experiments, but doesn't mean it's the final word on everything. Sometimes it is. Sometimes it is. But nah, yeah, I'm glad they pulled the plug on this girl because no, she was never working out.
Right?
Correct.
So this is where we differ.
Yes.
We believe that the human experience is more than just brainwaves.
Mm-hmm.
And I've proven it to you that your body still continues to function even though your brain is brain dead, menstruate, adrenaline spike, so on and so forth. There is evidence to show that there's a lot more going on here than just the material between both of your ears.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose the question that I would ask, though, is do we have a moral right to protect humans along the stage of development, regardless of whether or not they can feel or sense experience at that period of time?
Do you mind if I rewind back to Terry Schiavo? Because I don't think you gave an objective answer to this. Should we have unplugged Terry Schiavo, who would have never waken up?
That wasn't my family member. It's a very difficult...
Let's say you were.
The answer is I don't know.
If you had to guess, or let's say you do have a family member, and it does happen.
The answer,
we can do a trial.
It depends on the patient's wishes, first and foremost.
Let's say you don't know.
Yeah, again, it's a very subjective thing.
So now Charlie's like high-key fumbling, okay? Because he has the pro-life stance. He's saying we protect life no matter its circumstance, its degree of consciousness, no matter what. He should say, yeah, we need to keep Terry Schiavo alive, okay? Because we care about human life, okay? We protect all life no matter what circumstance it's in, even if it's complete abysmal nothingness, okay? That should be Charlie's stance. But now he's like, oh, I don't know. Okay? I was like, hold the fuck up. Aren't you supposed to answer this one, bro?
Wishes, first and foremost.
Let's say you don't know.
Yeah, it's a very subjective thing. I tend to go towards life. I tend towards the continuation of life.
Okay, so then you, let's say you have a very close relative, and that person would not ever wake up from a persistent vegetative state, then you would not allow that person effectively like euthanasia. So yes,
It's too much of a hypothetical. I don't know because
Bro said it's too much of a hypothetical, and you're Charlie fucking Kirk. What a joke.
it depends on circumstances. There's a lot of difficulties and complexities. It depends on their age, depends on their case history. It depends on whether or not they're responding to people's voices. All sorts of different things. However, you are conflating two separate things. You're talking about one that is highly likely to stay in a vegetative state versus a being that is
Can the crowd be quiet, please? I'm trying to listen.
is alongside a process of human development.
Can y'all be quiet, please? Can
So
y'all be
again,
quiet, please?
we have a fundamental difference of what we believe a human being is. We believe a human being is far more than just consciousness and reason. And we know this. I mean, this is objectively a proven fact. You are more than your five senses. Would you agree with that?
I don't know how to answer that.
So I want you to think for a second. Are you only five senses?
The best I can answer is and this is going to be very vague, but because that's a very hard question to ask, I am essentially me. The five senses are a incorporate part of me, but I don't think that necessarily pertains to my
No, it does.
personally.
Well, it does because basically consciousness is exhibited in five senses, right?
Maybe. I don't know.
I'm so happy I said that. Like, maybe. I don't know. The answer to that is no. Your senses allow you to interpret the world, but it doesn't mean that you are your five senses, because you could lose all of your senses like right now. You have no way to interpret the world around you, but you could still think. You could still think 1 + 1 = 2. You could still think, oh my god, I can't fucking interpret the world around me. Help me. Oh my god. You could still think that, no problem. But you just couldn't get sense data. So the thing that he's asking is actually really fucking stupid. I wasn't ready for that at the time. That's why I was like, I don't fucking know, but yeah. Yeah, right. It depends on the confidence level. Like, if they literally show me a brain scan, and that brain scan looks like this, I'd be like, damn, that's rough, buddy. Hate to see it. You know, so that would be my answer to that.
Basically, consciousness is exhibited in five senses, right?
No.
Maybe. I don't know.
Okay. It is. So, but the point
wrong.
Being is, which one of your five senses tells you there's only five? There's something above just your five senses that transcend it.
This sounds kind of like a non-secular argument when you make this like ascension like thing, and we have to keep.
No, I mean, you can be a secularist and still believe in a soul. You can believe an idea.
He's well. I don't think secular people believe in like the supernatural either. What if I just define secular? Yeah. Okay, so religious, spiritual, or sacred matters. Yeah, so Charlie is wrong on this. He's talking now. If I had said atheistic worldview, he would be accurate, because you could be an atheist and believe in a soul, because all atheism commits you to is not believing in a god. You could still think of like witchcraft and think of souls and all these other freaking things. But if you're like an atheist, all that means is you just don't believe in God. But secular means no, you don't believe in any of this like divine shit. So what Kirk is describing is that if he had no senses, he shouldn't be unplugged. Correct. Yes. Well, actually, he's like wishy-washy. He's like, well, I don't know. It's like super subjective. Oh, like, yeah. I'm not denying science, nor am I saying that doctors don't know what they're doing. They have studied and have had similar experiences, yes. However, you can still try everything before taking such a step. All I'm saying is, if the docs are like, bro, I tried everything, I'm not going to sit here and start calling the shots, because I'm not a doctor. I'm not trained in any of this shit. I'd be like, you tried everything? Yikes, that's rough, buddy. Hate to see it. I'm secular. I still don't believe anything. Yeah, me too.
That there is a being within you that is above reason. So anyway, we're just going to disagree. Let me ask you just one final question.
Oh, wait, because I'm approaching you, can I ask?
Yeah, sure. I mean, it has been a little. Yeah, sure.
Sure.
I've given you a fair amount.
But the thing, the ultimate crux of my argument is that because there is no sentience, right? In the same way, like if I were to punch a person, there's a person with a clear consciousness that I am enacting violence upon, and this is a bad thing. But because there was never consciousness to ever experience, I don't understand how we can have harm or suffering in that moral system, since nothing was ever negatively acted upon.
Great question.
Yeah.
If I go under general anesthesia, do you have a right to kill me?
You already agreed with me that we need to value the rights of people who are unconscious. You already agreed.
No, I know, but if I'm under general anesthesia.
Yes, and you're unconscious.
Okay, but explain to me the difference between unconsciousness and then the Terry Schiavo case, because people come out of brain dead all the time.
You just said it was extremely rare, and also we have very great methods.
Dude, I wish I roasted his ass. Oh my fucking god. Dude, he looks so fucking corny. He forgot that he accepted the 3 premises I gave him, and then he was like, "Oh fuck, my talking points don't fucking work."
Explain to me the difference between unconsciousness and then the Terry Schiavo case, because people come out of brain dead all the time.
People come out of brain dead all the time. Charlie Kirk, ladies and gentlemen.
You just said it was extremely rare, and also we have very great methods of determining whether someone's going to be in a persistent vegetative state. So we do have the tools to be able to tell when a person is going to come back.
I keep going back to this, but is a 6-week-old baby going to stay in a persistent vegetative state?
No, but it doesn't have an experience to begin with, and therefore, why is it granted moral consideration?
Got it. Because we believe that all human life is equal, regardless of its size, level of development, environment, or its degree of dependency.
But then people who say that they would pull the plug on Terry Schiavo are now violating that principle, no?
Not necessarily. Again,
Charlie's just wrong here again, bro. Okay. Charlie's just wrong. Okay, so listen to what he says. I wish I roasted this. This is literally me after every debate I've had watching back. Accurate. Because I did well. So, in debate, there's 2 criteria that you really want to hit. And that criteria is 1, substance, so actually knowing what the fuck you're talking about. And then 2 is rhetoric. I'm sorry, not rhetoric, aesthetic. And typically, aesthetic is going to be a lot more important than substance. But the truth is, if someone has good substance and good aesthetic, you're getting blown out. Both are critical, but aesthetic is more important. But it is the case if someone has better substance and equal rhetoric, they will blow you out. I'm sorry, aesthetic, not rhetoric. Rhetoric is part of aesthetic. Yeah, when the reason why we want to like blow them the fuck out is because we want their ideas to be like so discredited that like people feel embarrassed to even adopt them. And that's why Turning Point has all these videos where they go around destroying liberals because they're trying to make these libs look fucking ridiculous or whatever, such that people would be embarrassed to even adopt these ideas. That's why when they see people like this yellow-haired individual, they don't look like, I guess you could say heteronormative or whatever. Like I don't know how to describe it, but they don't look like your like standard white person or whatever. People would see that, and then they would just intuition pump. Must be a stupid radical feminist lib cuck or whatever. And that's Turning Point's goal. They want to humiliate people on the left such that people would be embarrassed to even have left-leaning standards, which is why we need to do that to them. And that's why we should humiliate these people. So no, I get what you mean.
Regardless of its size, level, development in life is equal.
Why is it granted moral consideration?
Got it. Because we believe that all human life is equal, regardless of its size, level, development, environment, or its degree of dependency.
But then people who say that they would pull the plug on Terry Schiavo are now violating that principle.
And this is true. He's saying all human life is equal, regardless of its size, shape, environment, or degree of dependency. That's right. So that means Terry Schiavo right here needs to be put on the bed for the rest of her non-sentient life and just wither away, basically. Despite there not being any experience, there is no human emotion. This is a husk. This is a husk. It's sad and it's tragic, but Terry Schiavo's gone. He says all life is valuable no matter it's blah 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 blah. Okay, so then if you say that we should pull the plug on Terry Schiavo, you are violating that principle. And he's like,
see. But then people who say that they would pull the plug on Terry Schiavo are now violating that principle. No,
not necessarily.
And that's just fucking wrong. Like, yeah, no. Like, you literally are violating that principle if you pull the plug on Terry Schiavo because you're fucking getting her killed. Like, sorry.
Again, the Schiavo case has a lot more complexities. And again, to conflate a brain-dead individual with a fetus that is struggling to develop and alive, or a baby, they're two completely different things.
No, yeah, you're right, and that's
one
why
has an
they
entire
are
life
different.
ahead of it.
So no.
Does not.
So I'm sorry, I'm getting excited. The thing with Terry Schiavo is that she would never have a human experience whatsoever ever again.
I do want to get to the next question, but let me just ask one final thing. Would you like to see less abortions in America?
It depends on the context.
Okay.
Yeah. As long as no moral harm is done to a person that we give
Are you
moral
glad you
consideration
were
to.
not aborted?
If I was aborted, I wouldn't care. Because you wouldn't exist. You wouldn't care, and that's a fact.
Okay. We have a big difference of opinion. The final thing I'll say is this: we believe that life is a gift and an amazing thing, and to deprive another being of life is you then using basically your incumbent power structure to interrupt somebody else from being able to flourish and prosper, which we consider to be the apex of immorality. Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having me. Thank you all.
Thank you.
How do I get out of here?
Oh. Look, you can see the milk truck. Shit, I can't zoom in. How do I zoom in? You can see my milk truck. It's right there. I remember because this bodyguard, his name is Justin. I remember him. He's a really cool guy when I talked to him. But he saw I had the milk jug, and he was like, "You gotta put that down." I was like, "Okay, chill." Yeah, but that was my experience debating Charlie. He absolutely acts in bad. Oh, he has his name on the back of his shirt. What a nerd. Dude, it was raining so bad that freaking day. But look how huge this fucking crowd is. This crowd was an ocean of fucking conservatives. And that's why it's so scary, because you don't want to get fucking humiliated in front of all these people. But yeah, no, Charlie Kirk absolutely debated in really bad faith. He was a really dog shit debater. And they're just verbal lynchings, really.
All right, can you do it on your phone? Hey, Charlie. So everybody's standing in the rain. I think they all need to hear this. I just want to thank you. Like, you come on these stages and you teach people how to debate professionally.
Debate professionally? What a fucking joke. What a fucking joke. Everything about this stupid organization is a fucking joke. That's why I can't wait for us to fucking rhetorically annihilate them. It's gonna be so much fun. How effective do you think it would be to bring up her case in 2026 in the context of abortion? Not. I don't think it's relevant because the argument that I would put forward has now changed entirely. Again, giant shout out to my boy Liam. There's actually a really good Substack that he wrote here, and it's on what I would argue is the best argument for the pro-choice conclusion, and it's what this looks like right here. And yeah, it's pretty straightforward, and this is what's called being put in like a formal method, like propositional logic. Well, this isn't propositional logic because it doesn't have like little symbols and shit. But the argument before was like basically talking about like personhood, and persons are granted moral rights and blah blah blah. And there's a lot of things that you have to like elaborate on. it's just it's a lot. So I wouldn't make the same argument now. No. It's still a good argument, but um, there's more effective ones. The most straightforward one is this: if the greatest weight of reasons favors an action, then that action is justified, and this is trivially true. Okay, so if there's something where you're like the reasons are in favor of it, then yeah, you should fucking do it. That's getting a job, because if you don't get a job, you'll not have money, and if you don't have money, you'll starve, and that's generally pretty bad. Okay, that's actually objectively bad. If you remember our objective morality convo earlier, it was objectively bad. If you do not go to like the gym, you may have a shorter lifespan, and you're not gonna get super jacked and like all this other stuff. So being super jacked is like awesome. So the reasons in favor of going to the gym are pretty high. You should go to the gym, right? Things like that. In X cases of abortion, X being that the mother has, whatever reasons to get the abortion, then the greatest weight of reasons favors the abortion conclusion. In those cases, abortion is justified. It's pretty straightforward. If there's a good reason to do something, you should do it. And there's a lot of really good reasons to get an abortion. Like your financial situation, okay? Like we were just talking about, you need money. If you don't have money to live in this capitalist world, you're gonna fucking die, okay? It's just pretty straightforward, okay? You will starve to death. Maybe it's the case that if you do not, if you get pregnant, like, this is what I fucking hate, okay, about abortion, is everyone forgets that the mother is a fucking thing, okay? Like, the whole reason she's getting abortion is because having to carry this, freaking child, okay? Like, duh, that's really fucking hard. I've never been pregnant, but I know a lot of people who have. My mom was one, okay? She was pregnant with me. Shocker. But the point that I'm saying is, like, when you're carrying a baby, like, there's a lot of opportunity loss. So, like, for example, your job is basically being put on ice, okay? You are not advancing your fucking career, more than likely, okay? There's a chance that you probably are gonna have to be out of your job for a hot minute, and obviously, if you're out of your job, you're obviously not advancing in any way feasible in your career. If you are pregnant, you are physically limited. If you are pregnant, you are at a higher risk of being a victim of what is it called, interpersonal IPV, interpersonal relational violence. Do IPV rates go up pregnancy? I'm pretty sure it's called IPV. Intimate partner violence, that's what it is. Intimate partner violence, absolutely, yeah, does not universally spike during pregnancy, but for substance abuse, either starts or intensifies. Okay, so then yeah. Like, people are more likely to be at risk when they're pregnant for intimate partner violence, because when you're pregnant, you fucking depend on someone to help you get through that shit, because it is so fucking hard. That's why a lot of people, like, fun fact, does abortion restrictions increase? The answer to this is yes. Increase IPV. The answer is yes. Yes. Evidence strongly suggests that abortion restrictions increase rates of intimate partner violence. Why? It's because girls get fucking baby trapped. You get baby trapped, and then you've got an abusive fucking boyfriend or husband or whatever. Where are you gonna go? Your career is fucked. You're pregnant, girl. You got a baby you gotta take care of, and you're stuck with me, and I'm gonna beat the shit out of you if this sandwich is cold. Okay, like, so all I'm saying is there are a lot of really good reasons to get an abortion. And now what's great about this is, premise one is obviously fucking true. Now, in premise two, that's when they're gonna say no. And then you're gonna say, well, why not? And then you go into the reasons of, like, personhood and stuff. You don't have to explain a whole lot. This is so straightforward. If there's an action where the reasons in favor are the greatest, then that action is justified. You should do that action. In a lot of cases, abortions are justified. Conclusion. Abortion is justified. That's it. And then you can go into like the personhood shit. But like with the Terry Schiavo, there's like a whole rabbit and then a whole rabbit hole, and then you gotta explain the Terry Schiavo case, and it's just it's a lot. That's a lot. I'll get ready to wrap up the stream here because I gotta go to bed. I gotta wake up early, rise and grind. Drink up more milk. God, I love milk. The really cool thing about milk is that it's an incredible combo starter. Okay, like if you drink a shitload of milk and then you go up to people, or not go up to people. You probably don't want to approach people holding a jug of milk because they'll think you're a fucking freak. But if you have a jug of milk like in your hand and like you're drinking it in like the gym, everyone will talk to you. Okay, they're gonna be like, "Yo, is that milk? Yo, how many calories is that? Yo, is that whole milk?" Like, you hear everything. But if you want to get good at socializing, it's very helpful for that. All right, I'll give like the last like minute for like any questions or anything, and if no questions, then it's EP time. Oh, and just so we know too, the guy who I'm talking about, the Liam guy, he did this video right here. Drew Wilson. This video right here. I fucking
Acquired by
love
people.
this video. God tier fucking video, bro.
People agreeing it's a fact. That's right.
But now this video is like an hour long, so we're not gonna go through this, but it is so fucking good.
It sounds like in this case of the bank account, it is based on.
No,
people
the
agreeing it's a
origin is
fact.
determined by people deciding to do something. It's not, the status of it as a fact is not determined by that.
Then what's it determined by?
It's not, it's the fact that it's irreducible, Andrew. It's not something that's.
It seems like it's completely reducible to, you just agree
Really?
that it's true.
Facts are facts. Reduce that for me.
Well, that's your claim.
No. You don't think facts are facts?
I don't think in this case.
Now you must
demonstrated
really
that
know
would be
something I don't,
stance-
bro. You don't
that
think
would be
facts are
stance.
facts?
I don't fucking love. I've watched this video probably like 5 fucking times, like start to fucking finish. I love this fucking video, bro. Oh my god, Andrew Wilson gets blown the fuck out. Like, yo, he is so bad at philosophy, bro. He is so fucking bad. It is actually unbelievably laughable how bad this fucking loser is at philosophy. Bro, I cannot wait to go against these turning point fucking chuds who will think that they are debate gods because this stupid fucking loser wannabe of a masculine man, okay? Like I cannot wait, bro. I'll be like, bro, y'all gotta get your fucking money back. I'm gonna say that, okay? Y'all are gonna know this, okay? But when I go to debate the turning point chuds, like some of my rhetoric, again, rhetoric which is feeding into the aesthetic, when I blow them the fuck out, I'm gonna be like, bro, see if you can get your money back from Andrew Wilson. He need a dog shit job training, y'all. Get your money back, boy. What are you doing? Get out of here. Pick up the mic, or put down the mic, bro. What are you doing? This is really embarrassing. I cannot wait to do that, bro. Pick up the mic. TPUSA. Pick up the mic. Put down the mic. My whole position on abortion is based on the mother. My sense is largely based on consciousness. I wouldn't debate anyone prominent on abortion because it's such a huge subject. Honestly, 19? Andrew's the worst. No. Wait, I'm gonna say this right now. Do not, unless you are... Even I question how well I would be able to debate Andrew Wilson. I think I would do pretty well. But there could be some things he could, like, knowledge gap me on. And knowledge gapping is just, like... It's you ask someone like, "Hey, do you know this thing?" and then you don't know it, and then they get like 1 point because they know a thing that you just don't know, right? And philosophy has a lot of those, a lot. So it's possible he could knowledge cap me on some things, but like he genuinely is like from this video, dude. He is so fucking bad. Like it's actually like hilarious how bad he is. But yeah, I could talk about that all night, but yeah. Yeah, no, he'll always try to like boil everything down to like super minute philosophy things. And even then he'll still engage in like really bad faith arguments. Like a lot of like he engaged how do I even put it? Like the dude's a piece of shit. Even if you're like being totally logically consistent everything that you say, he'll gaslight you. Like he's just so fucking bad faith, and I'll just leave it at that. But yeah, all right, I'm gonna go to bed, y'all. Hey, thanks for stopping by. I'll probably do another stream tomorrow. So if y'all are in the Discord, then I'll um I'll send a text in general and let y'all know. But yeah, night, y'all. Thanks for stopping by. How do I stop this? Am I stupid? I can do this. I swear to God. Wait. Oh, there it is.